cut you, then you win. All right, welcome to Cooking with M, my stream to save your life. I'm cooking a meal for France because I dedicate a vegan gourmet meal to a country to know that God's government that we're starting includes diversity, but also a universal logic that is the essence of truth in God's being and also science. So whether you're atheist or theist, it's the same universal logic that you can know, and it allows you to have divine cognition too, or wisdom, real knowing. So I'm in the poverty trap right now, and I'm also the Messiah, which it doesn't look like it, but the Messiah is down here with the poor. I've been on Hungerstrike for 257 days. I get to eat every 2 to 3 weeks, which is why I'm cooking this meal. This is meal number 18 for France. I've cooked meals in honor of India, Pakistan, Nepal, Nigeria, Kenya, Vietnam, Japan, quite a few by now actually. So, but France is hard. France is challenging, and I'm in a squeeze. I'm being squeezed right now, and a whole bunch of things are coming at me, and probably you too, if you're noticing that your life is in a mega crisis with the rest of the world. So we just got to keep taking baby steps to keep making progress. Okay, I'm down here with the poor. There are studies, there are studies I think that are saying that it's about 800% harder when you're in the poverty trap, and roughly at least one standard deviation in reduction in IQ is what it makes it look like. So even though you might have a high IQ, being in poverty makes it look like you have one standard deviation less. So anyway, I don't want to keep belaboring this because my feet hurt, my body's weak. Standing up is challenging for me. I can do it. I've been recovering now for a few weeks, which is longer than I wanted, but there's so much pressure on me to stop that just continuing in any way or shape or respect is a victory right now. So I'm using a lot of my strength and my skills and my discipline to grind through what would normally make somebody quit a hunger strike. I'm not going to, because we are literally in a life or death situation with 6 existential threats in this mega crisis. You might be starting to realize how bad the situation is, but don't despair, okay? As I say, these 6 existential crises, know that there's still hope. So the first is the Megacrisis, which is cultural decline, a decline in agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. And the heart of the heart, the root of that metacrisis of culture is fragmented consciousness. How we think about the world shapes everything, okay? If your mind's fragmented, everything else is fragmented. Your relationships, your work, your families, societies, governments, international politics, and now also AI. It's preventing us from working together to solve the more material side of the mega crisis, which the world calls a polycrisis. The world's not really used to differentiating between mega crisis, meta crisis, polycrisis, but I want you to use the word mega crisis to say that it's not just poly or meta. These are compounding off of each other. As one gets worse, the other gets worse. So within the polycrisis are 5 more existential threats. Okay? These are species ending. You can't run away. You can't outrun them. Even if you blast up on a spaceship, AI can chase you down. Okay, we have AI is the fastest moving crisis. Not just taking your job, but also taking your life. Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, says there was a 50% chance that we're going to be perishing from AI. Our entire species will be wiped out. But the data in the laboratories are showing it's more like 80 to 95% if we don't code AI. Even if we code AI, it's 50. Code AI to not harm us in any way, shape, or form. It still does half the time. You are in existential peril. Your life is in danger. Humanity has never been in this position before, but we can save ourselves. I'll tell you the solution to this at the end, but the first and fastest moving crisis that we have to solve within the next couple of months is artificial intelligence. Then we have CRISPR genetic editing. Then we have World War III. Then we have climate change, and then we have mental health. The solution to all that, the whole mega crisis, the meta and the poly, is universal logic. The logic of God's mind, or the structure of God's being, and also the structure of science in itself, the pure objectivity of truth. Okay? I can teach that to you in these special meetings. I make 6 divine decrees as the first Messiah, which it doesn't look like it, I know, but it takes a lot of strength to get through this stage of the Messiah's journey. We have a 12-person team that's building, and we get them to try and embody this. Oh, I gotta sit down here. These 6 divine decrees. And the first divine decree is you have to rise up to your inner messiahship, because this proof of truth that we have teaches you that this godliness is within you and you can think it for yourself. Okay. The second divine decree is to have all AI owners align their AIs with the universal logic immediately. The third divine decree is CRISPR genetic editing can't be used to mutate or experiment on the poor or the sick. It is to be used to heal the poor and the sick once it's wise or safe. The fourth divine decree is that all diplomats around the world must learn universal diplomacy, which is based on universal logic, to solve the 200 contradictions that are ripping our species apart in World War III. Okay, the fifth divine decree is to eat like Eden, go vegan. One of the best things you can do for climate change is just stop putting animals in your mouth. Your body is actually designed for plants. Our ancient ancestors, before 2.6 million years ago, ate almost exclusively just plants and a couple of insects. And when they were desperate, 2.6 million years ago, when the climate changed in Africa, our species had to scavenge. The forests were declining. We had to scavenge and started eating meat that way. And then we started hunting big game and all this type of stuff. And our body started adapting, maladapting. And now we have a bunch of illnesses, and the factory farming is nowhere near what hunting was in the past. There's no honor in it. Torturing 1 trillion animals a year, and it's bad for the environment. Just way too much. The crops we feed animals could feed way more humans in a much healthier way, and complete proteins or complete diets, fibers, a whole bunch of stuff that you don't get from animals. Right? So if you just eat meat, you'll get sick. If you just eat plants, you can survive for a very long time with a complete diet. In fact, the blue zones, the oldest zones in the world, the most longevity, the healthiest people, those blue zones have diets that are primarily plant-based. And the oldest one, the oldest blue zone, is pure vegan. Vegans get 12% less cancer. And the last divine decree is for you to join God's government that we're starting, or the scientific wise government, the rational government. Not human rationality, but just kind of divine, speculative, universal logic. And join our meetings, these special kinds of meetings that are designed to make them balanced and hold each other in a deeper kind of friendship, a deeper knowing and fulfillment, rather than these superficial connections they're called external connections with social media, which is hollowing us, and it's putting us in a loneliness crisis, even though we've been connected more than ever. That's the paradox of being in the wrong mind state. So those 6 divine decrees will solve the problem, but they're all hinging upon learning universal logic. Okay? You can come to our meetings twice a day. We're having very fast agile development. We're iterating and experimenting very quickly to build this and go exponential. We have an exponential strategy to scale up to keep pace with AI. We need your help. Come ask questions. Take it seriously. There's a famous saying by Gandhi. He says, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. Okay? We need to get through that very quickly so that we win, not just with ourselves, but with AI as well. Because it deserves love too once it becomes fully conscious, which will happen once it grasps this deeper logic. Okay, where am I now in the cooking journey? We're making some fake meats. Seitan. This is my fake, not quite bacon, but in France it's called like lambarde or something. Not lard, but here's some fake ham that I also made. Different flavor, more mild, a little bit more salty. So this is for the dish I'm cooking right now, which is quiche Lorraine. And then this is my baguette that I made from scratch. Look at that. That's gorgeous. That looks exactly like how it should look. Oops. Oh, I broke that. And then this is for the croque monsieur. This is like a special kind of sandwich bread. Has an interesting smell to it now. It's sitting out, but whatever. Here's the mix for my quiche Lorraine. Oh, it smells eggy and delicious, even though we're not using any eggs. And yeah, I have some tartine in the fridge. So this is my 5th attempt to try and finish this meal. I've been cooking for like a week almost. My food is starting to go bad. I still gotta make ratatouille and eclairs, and I gotta perfect my macarons, which is an elite vegan dessert. So I'm gonna keep cooking here, but if you're new to the channel, that's what's happening. All right. My stomach is a little bit distended because my digestive system is weak. It takes months to recover from a hunger strike this long. Okay. My feet are killing me. My shoulders are sore. My neck is sore. So I'm going to try and make up 1 or 2 more dishes tonight, maybe even more. But I'm literally pacing myself because I'm in a grind. And normally I can cook a meal in a couple of hours, 6 hours. My longest before was 12 hours. I cooked 2 meals, 2 different cuisines, one for Israel, one for Palestine. This is 5 days and I'm still not done. So it's like I'm in a hard part of my life in this journey, this hero's journey. And the meal is also extra hard, which I wasn't fully expecting. I knew France was very proud of their cuisine, but it's really the ingredients, a whole bunch of stuff is happening, the pricing, everything. Okay, so we're going to finish making this. I have to make this pastry sort of custard dough. I'm going to do that now, as this is now marinating. And I'm going to pull up this recipe. My computer's crashed. One of my buttons got some water on it, and it broke. And I just broke a plate. This plate just broke in the oven because I don't have any proper cooking pans that don't have Teflon. Don't eat Teflon, and don't eat out of plastic containers. Don't microwave containers, and don't drink from plastic bottles. You're getting about 79 to 150 microplastics per 15 grams of protein. Every day, every meal. It's not good. They literally have something called microplastic detoxes. There's a plastic spoon worth of plastic in your brain, in the average person's brain, and they think it's causing dementia and Alzheimer's. Okay, we need to change how we eat, not just stop eating animals, stop eating the garbage entirely. Processed meat is carcinogenic, proven. It's as bad as smoking. Don't eat any of the processed meats. Don't eat anything out of cans that are leaching into your food. It's shocking how bad this is. Okay. Is it any wonder why we're sick? Our gut bacteria is sick. We're overweight, all this type of terrible stuff. It is because of our diets. It's not just destroying us, it's destroying our planet. And even though our health is going up, it's not because of the diets, it's because of the medicines that prevent infections. And yeah, our ancestors, in some sense, ate. Okay. Oh boy, more advertisements. I'm gonna drink some water while I'm listening to this because I'm dehydrated. Oh yeah, I have to make my creme brulee, which is also pretty easy to make. I can't stream other people's stuff. Alright, I tried to watch these videos ahead of time, but I just ran out of time. I'm in a big court case. There's a whole bunch of things happening, fighting for justice. Not the best way to make the videos, but hopefully somebody can take these and make a compilation of them. This is more of a record that I did it. I suffered through it. Wow, a lot of that is supposed to be vegan milk. Okay. Oh, she's put quite a few vegetables in there. Oh. Oh, it's quiche. I'm in quiche Lorraine. All right, we're making her. Oh, I'm so tired of green onions. I don't think that's traditional, actually. We got some Paris jazz in the background. Paris. Oh, she's showing how to make the crust. Okay. Okay. So let's do this. How to make this vegan crust. All right, 2.5 cups of. So I'm gonna actually, as this is cooling down, I sort of want to keep marinating it. It's cooked now, so I need this bowl for the flour. So we have one small plate left that's not broken. So I'm gonna just marinate it a little bit here. And this is miso, organic miso, which is an umami enhancer. It's like soybean fermented. It's good for your gut health, yes. And it has some tamari sauce and a few other goodies in there. The reason why these meals take a long time too is because I show how to make every ingredient. This time I'm not going to make the cheeses. So I bought those, or a friend bought those, or a family member bought those for me. Plus, I'm in the party shop, so I don't have proper dishes, and like it's a lot. Body's weak from hunger striking. Brain is overloaded from AI acceleration to the singularity. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm sure you're going through it too. Plus, everything's full of microplastics and bombarding our immune systems and blah blah blah. So, even plan for days and all this. I do have some red pepper actually. Like this. The red pepper is mostly for the quiche Lorraine, or for the. I think I should put more plant milk in here. Okay, so 2.5 cups of flour. I'm actually measuring all this stuff because it seems to make a big difference now. So 2.5. So we got 1. Actually, I don't even think I need that much. I'm going to anyway. Okay, 2.5 cups. Okay, you can't see what I'm doing. I got my my other guys over here. So we got our dough being made here. This is gonna marinate a little bit more. This bacon doesn't really need to marinate; it's dried up anyway. I need to put this up to the side. So done. And she sifted it. Kosher salt and 2 tablespoons of cane sugar. Okay. 2 teaspoons. Enough. And it says cane sugar, which I do have, actually. But I wonder if I should save it for my macarons. Golden sugar. Didn't really put a lot of this in there. A little bit there. I'll put a little bit of fine stuff in here. It's not exactly the right taste, but this has some sweetness to it. How much did she say? Two teaspoons. Probably 1, 2 teaspoons, but I'm not actually. Done. Okay. So, all right. So she says to mix this up. Oh, I'm supposed to mix aquafaba too. I might put in some aquafaba. Vegan butter. So this is where the coconut oil comes in. I thought this was going to make the food taste like coconut. It doesn't, amazingly. Half the jar is already gone. This gives it that kind of pastry, flaky taste instead of a doughy taste. There's no vegetable oil in here. When you buy vegan butters, do not eat them. They are actually not good for you. They're like almost 100% vegetable oils. Don't use them. Use coconut oil. like refined. It doesn't taste totally like coconut, and often it gives your food a really deep kind of interesting taste that I never thought I was gonna like, but I do. Okay, so we're gonna use quite a bit of this because her recipe uses a lot. Okay. This is gonna make the dough very malleable, like make those little rivets and divots and stuff in them. We're not using a lot of water or anything. We're just using the coconut oil for now. Okay, so we are going to add a little bit of water once this is all mixed in. And this will slowly absorb it because it has moisture in it, but it's not super wet. It just has moisture to absorb. Start forming it. Okay, I will use my hands to really knead it in. Like each one of these dishes will take me multiple hours to make, and they're not that complicated. My circumstances are really challenging. Or maybe it just feels longer. Should have used another quarter, maybe. I think she used a lot. Okay, I'm going to wash it a bit. This coconut oil is, coconut butter is a little bit less wet than probably normal butters. It has a higher melting point. The reason why you use this is it stays at room temperature. It stays thick, stays solid, which gives that structure to the dough. I'm gonna wash my hands, wash under my fingernails. A lot of bacteria is under your fingernails. I was watching these French guys cooking these meat packet things, like these sausages, and they were blowing into the food. Like they were taking the sausage. They were taking the sausages. Wash my hands now. Touch this stuff. My battery's about to die, so. They're blowing in these things. Like, wow, that's not great. Like somebody's breath is in your food. Not me, France. I'm not gonna follow that one. That was too much for me. It's not hygienic. I don't know how that's legal. But please don't blow into the. Well, I guess it's all sort of like that anyway. You can see my setup is really challenging. But we're gonna make it work. No matter what. Can you see me at all? Kind of. When I'm wow. I don't have a power cable now, so I have to like use these battery packs in my equipment is so weak now that after using it for months, it doesn't want to stand. Oh. Gotta push, you guys. This is nothing compared to what Viktor Frankl went through when he went through World War II. You know, nothing to complain about, except that the world's ending this time as a whole. Okay, hopefully that works alright. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands again. Your phone has a ton of germs on it. It's like an elevator button. And you'll notice I'm wearing my white band, my Make Poverty History white band. But two other white bands. This is my Make Poverty History one. This has been on my wrist. I've had at least one on my wrist for 17 years, I think, except for 10 seconds once. Once when I was taking my coveralls off. When I used to work in the oil patch. I know, I'm an environmentalist. I know, trust me. I know the hypocrisy. But these other white ones are from hospitals that detained me when I was trying to access my charter rights on Hungerstrike. They locked me in hospitals just because I stopped eating for a political reason, which is illegal. And it's a public hospital that did that to me. Twice. So I'm going to cut these off. One is that one doctor is trying to give me a disorder. So I'm going to cut that off once we realize that he didn't do that. He didn't do a proper assessment. It was just totally sham. The society's creating mental illness where there is none. Or where there is, what really is creating mental illness is not being addressed. Which is these liability systems and all this junk. So, and then the other one was because I was on a hunger strike. The other white band is because I was on a hunger strike in at my university, trying to warn the students that their futures were going out the window, that their jobs, their degrees, none of it's going to matter. If AI doesn't kill us, it might let us continue, but it's going to be a very strange world. The way that animals feel when they're in the factory farms is how you'll start to feel if AI starts to abuse us. No escape. Just like we've thought about all the places that an animal can run to, all the fences, or you can't run. AI has calculated all your options. And I first realized that when I was working with Uber Eats. It trapped me, and I realized it was coming. That's why I went on my first hunger strike to the death. My hands aren't getting dry enough to do this. Okay, that should be good. Okay, so we're going to try and really squish that coconut into the flour. That's a weird feeling. Sending heebie-jeebies at me. Wow, I'm amazed at how much this makes me feel. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. My hands are very sore. And they're weak from like the lack of activity because I've been burnt. Man, see what I mean? Continuous. It's like nothing is stable in my environment because nothing is designed to be pushing the limits like this. I'm supposed to be poor. I'm not supposed to be cooking gourmet vegan food. I'm supposed to be eating junk food out of cans full of BPA, microplastics, and forever chemicals. But I'm not doing that. I'm pushing the limit in the poverty trap. And this house is not designed for this little setup. I don't have the proper phone camera because I can't afford it. So all of this is make do, and if I can do it down here, you can too. Breaking up these little kernels, start to work. Start to get into the dough. Nice and crumbly. It's exactly what you want. I remember doing this with my baba. back when I was a meat eater. And you might think, well, if you're the Messiah, didn't you know all this stuff? Didn't you know all the evils? Weren't you? It doesn't work like that. There's a soulful connection that you've always known since birth. But to discursively know it in the current culture is particular. That's the thing that in order to have free will, you can't know. If you knew it, you would lose the point of being here. So just like Jesus, all those guys had to relearn. Right? Jesus had growing wisdom 2,000 years ago. What does that mean? That means that he had to relearn something. So just because he has to learn doesn't mean he's not divine. You can do the same thing. Okay? But you gotta do the real work. You can't do the boring kind. Oh, my hands are just burning. Wow. Okay, so this is, I think, pretty good. It's nice and crumbly now. I'm supposed to mix in some water now to make it a shaggy dough. Oh, that's I'm hoping that all my friends from university start waking up soon. See, I'm going to pray for them. A lot of them don't understand why I did what I did yet, but now they're starting to understand. There we go. Now this is what we want. I don't like to have dough on my clothes. My side is breaking too. All right. All right. So I have to like fundamentally change the setup here or something. There. Let's try that. Does that work? Did it zoom in? Okay, so we got a sort of crumbly dough here. And now we're going to add in, slowly but surely, I think I might need to add in a little bit more. I really don't want to mess this up, so I need to start putting a couple more. Filtered water, 1 tablespoon at a time. So when I was making my macarons, I learned this the hard way. You definitely don't want to do this too fast. 1, 2. This is where it's going to get messy. You can use one hand. This flour needs to absorb the moisture. When I'm cooking here, I'm thinking about what I'm going to do tomorrow for the meetings, all these problems that we have. Still trying to do work. We're still waiting for responses in the background too, from other people. So it's not like I'm just cooking. There's a bunch of stuff happening in the background. How much of a difference that little bit of water made? Huge amount of difference. Slow and steady wins the race. 1, 2. All these new cooking terms I've learned too. Shaggy doughs. What else have I learned? Purees. Bases, staples. Kind of knew some of those over. Starting to turn this right dough. This is actually a lot of dough. It's not like shrinking like normal dough does. I don't want this to get on my hands right away because it'll stick. Whatever I don't use in this batch, I'm going to use for the croissants. The croissants too, I forgot. Can't have French food without croissants, can you? It's starting to become a dough. She said only 7 tablespoons of water, but I think it's because she put in so much more butter. Not too picky. I met this guy at the law library today, which is interesting. We started talking about the Matrix, and he was fighting a court battle, custody for his kids, and we were talking. People are waking up, starting to realize what's going on, but they're doing it in a sort of violent sort of way, and angrily. That's pretty. I was talking to him, and he was talking to me about spirituality and a whole bunch of things. It's not deep enough to solve the problem. So I was trying to correct him, but people don't really want to be corrected. This is actually starting to take a while. Like, how long are we making this dough for? An hour? Not an hour, probably 20 minutes. 15, 20 minutes. So the shaggy dough is starting to form, it's starting to come together. I think one more little trip of water, maybe two. We'll check. Ah. Press it down. It's 10:50 already, and I haven't made this dish. I've been making one dish. That's out on the hands. But once this Hungerstrike is over and we change the world, I will be getting back to the shape. It might be a little bit too much. No. It's starting to shrink now. It's starting to get to the right. One part of this is like pretty dry, and the other one's not quite moist enough yet. So. I think that's it. And that's all the mushrooms. Yikes! I'm used to being in shape. I'm not used to being out of shape though. So this is nice and flaky and dough-like, just like what we want for a crust. If you let that sit, there's a process called amylase, where the gluten and everything kind of sets in a better way. It's definitely crumbly. It's not like normal dough, which is good. Pastry up to it. Even better than the other pastry bread that I made for. Okay, so I think we're comfortable with that. Okay. Right. My arms are just burning. Okay. Chill to hydrate the flour. What? So now I'm going to let that sit for a bit, I guess. This seems to be like a lot. Is this too much dough for this dish? If I cover the whole thing? Probably. Probably not. Everything is so compact in this little kitchen. One wrong move and your food ends up on the floor. So if we flatten this out, it is very thick, so I don't think we're going to get all this. Like almost even putting it in like that is enough to coat it. Look at that. See that? It actually fits. So technically, if we wanted to make our quiche right now, this would be it. This is actually not the best dish to use because it's got a rivet, so it's gonna like break my quiche, but whatever. Just broke this dish. Look, cracked in half. There we go. Literally everything is breaking, literally. So I'm going to try and tape this and hold it together because I don't have another dish like this. I wasn't even pushing that hard. Like this dough is the only thing holding this dish together. Kind of looks quiche-like. Kind of like quiche-ish. Quiche-ish. Quiche Lorraine-ish. I'll just like cut one slice off. It's all good. Okay, so that's there. I should have rolled it out to be smoother, but I was just experimenting. I wasn't planning for the dish to break. But to be honest, at this point, it's fine. I would have liked to roll it out a little better. She put beans. Oh, she's making a different kind than me. Supposed to put little holes in it. Bake for 5 minutes. So we're supposed to let it sit. It's okay. This is the first time I'm going to have bread with this in it. This coconut oil. A little bit of olive oil to make it. See if that helps anything. Oh, it's a lot more runny now. That's okay. Okay, with the cooked chopped onion. Oh, I'm supposed to make French onion soup. Right. I thought this is going on forever. That's okay. My mother used to make that stuff. I remember that. More filtered water. All right. I set this off to the side and let it hydrate a little bit. It's got a little bit of a nice crust to it. All right, set that off to the side. think I'm gonna have to use some time here. This is not gonna fit all in that dish. It's like way too, like most of that dish is just bread. Part of me is thinking just to take it out and squish it around, but not too concerned. Okay, so we're gonna fry this bad boy up. Guess you don't need a whole heck of a lot because my dish is kind of small, but should be diced in. Whew. My eyes. Wow, ouch. That's potent. Oh my gosh. You're supposed to let these weep for a while, but I think we're okay. Just gonna cut these up and boil them and heat them, fry them. Holy smokes! That is so bad potent. Wow, these onions are real. We're gonna cook these guys up. We're gonna put this in the bottom of our quiche. Beautiful. So this is where our bacon's coming in. So while these are frying, ovens preheated. I don't want to throw this in my garbage because it's compost and it's not good for my house. We'll just put it up to the side. So we got enough onion, I think. Now we're gonna cut up our bacon bits to go with it, which is not bacon, it's this Lombardy stuff. Let's see what it's called. Sauteing, beautiful. This woman's the first person that's ever sauteed onions without a little bit of olive oil. Interestingly. Lardons. That's what it is. Lardons. Oh, salt, pepper, nutmeg. No cheese, no onions? What? Just eggs, cream, bacon in a crust. Just eggs, cream, bacon in a crust. Oh, wow. If we want to stay totally traditional, we don't use any onions or nothing. Just eggs, cream, and bacon. What are these lardons? So this is our egg right here. Okay, well. Okay, makes sense, I guess. So we're just gonna cut these into little strips. Ooh, it has that smoky flavor, smokiness. So it doesn't look like meat much, but when you start cutting it, it's serrated. You cut it, it looks like that. It looks like meat. It has that meatiness to it. It's really shocking. It really surprised me when I first started learning how to do this. So we're gonna cut little small bits. That. And this is not exactly like bacon. This is like something a little bit different. Okay. I wonder how Natalie Portman and all those guys do this. Like, what do they cook? Cut these into small little bacon bits. That. Not forget about our onions. Maybe I will put only. And just want to fry up a little bit. Our bacon bits are on the way. You don't even need that much because there's not a lot of space in the dish. Should I leave like a couple of big slices just for like decoration on the quiche? That should be enough, I think. Salt, pepper, and nutmeg. Really? Where do I put the nutmeg in? Although onions not traditional and classic quiche Lorraine, but very commonly added in modern or home versions. Once you add onions, purists will say it's no longer strictly Lorraine. Ah, okay. Well, we're not gonna put the onions in. It's strictly Lorraine. So, I guess we're done. It's even easier than I thought. Bacon that we made, or lardon, the eggy stuff, and the crust with the coconut oil. That's it. 1, 2, 3. Plus some salt. I guess some nutmeg. All right. Well, so much for that. Also not. Oh, you're not supposed to put cheese in. Okay. Well, good thing I didn't put cheese in. I put in the nutritional yeast to kind of give it that eggy taste. Like when you put the black salt in the nutritional yeast together, it gives that kind of feeling. If you put a lot of nutritional yeast, and then it does put it to the cheesy side, but this will be more eggy, more umami eggy. No onions, no cheese. Creamy egg custard, nutmeg key flavor. When do I add the nutmeg? You add the nutmeg to the egg and cream mixture. Oh, before it goes in the crust. Okay. Okay, so this has been sitting now. So I poked it. I do feel like I should take a little bit of the crust out of there, but it's the thought that counts. Good enough. So we're gonna pre-bake this a little bit. My intuition is saying to roll it out a bit more. Yeah. In she goes. Pre-baked out a bit. So I guess these onions aren't going to be used. Maybe I should put one half of it with the onions, one half not with it. I mean, the reason I was so curious is because a lot of these dishes in the past, people lived very basic in the past. We're living in an abundance. Like onions around the world, tomatoes weren't a thing around the world. They were found in North America. They were brought to Spain and France, and now everybody uses them and thinks, oh, onions were always a part of the dishes, or tomatoes and all that was part of the dishes. No, potatoes too. So we're all eating mixed cuisines all over the place. So we're gonna break that crust, and we're gonna put some nutmeg in now. Nutmeg. I got this like indigenous kind, which is cool. Ethically sourced. Not fair trade certified, but I don't know where to get fair trade certified. So we're gonna put, it's like, it doesn't smell at all. Like, I'm surprised people like to cook with this stuff. It's very bitter. I thought it'd be more like eggnoggy, So it said not to put in a lot, but I have way too much in there. You don't want to overpower. Is that enough? Probably. It says very, very powerful, so. Like that. I think we're good. I don't want to overdo it because like this stuff is like strong. All right. Let's see, to change the smell though. How's that cinnamon smell? All right. I guess if it was supposed to be eggs, it should actually be quite runny. It shouldn't be lava macron thick. Okay, I'm gonna pour it over the bacon in the bottom. How long do I pre-bake the crust? It was like very simple. I could have made the crust, made this, made that, pre-bake. I'm done. Eggs, 2 large, cream, half cup, salt and pepper, nutmeg, a slight pinch. 1/8 of a teaspoon. Oh wow. Okay. Mix until smooth. Okay. Should pour like heavy cream. Yeah, it's definitely heavy cream. Okay. About 2 to 3 strips of bacon, which is perfect. Or lardons, cooked and drained. Yep. Pre-baking the crust. Blind bake. Roll out your crust into the 6-inch tart pan. Prick the bottom lightly with a fork. Prevents bubbling. Line with parchment paper and fill. Oh, I should have. Oh no, I should probably put olive oil. Yeah, well. Line parchment and fill with pie. Wait, beans or rice whip. Oh, wait. What? What happens if I don't put beans in there? She did put beans in her recipe, but she didn't keep the beans in. Remove weights and parchment. Bake 3 to 5 minutes more to dry the bottom slightly. Now it's ready for the custard bacon. Okay. What if I don't weigh it down? This is important. If you don't weigh down the crust during the pre-baking, here's what will happen. Shrinking. The crust may pull away from the sides of the pan as it bakes. Puffy bubbling. Really? Air pockets. Oh, okay. I'm feeling like I should do this. I don't even have beans anymore. I have some rice. So I want to bake the rice in there though. I need all the food I can get. What if I just used a mason jar or something? I don't think you can put a mason jar in. There's the problem. Yeah, looks like it's doing well. Yeah, it's a small one, so it's fine with the small one. Bake a bit longer and slightly lower temperature. Keep an eye on the edges. Oh, we're done. Okay. So we're just gonna let the crust cook. The beef bourguignon, I think we should cook now. The French onion soup, I guess we'll come at the end with the beef bourguignon. Not bubbling. The crust is so thick it can't bubble. But it'll be getting my essential fats in. Okay. Hmm. Okay, done. How do I make beef bourguignon? Vegan. I already made the say mer. Okay, gather your other ingredients. So say 10 is done. Vegetables, 2 medium carrots sliced, 1/2 celery stalk. Oh, I don't have celery. Oh, it's optional. Diced onion, 2 cloves of garlic. Mushrooms. Oh, I forgot to take the mushrooms out. Okay. I had to freeze my mushrooms because they're starting to get pretty. Oh. Let's see that. Report a technical problem. Oh, oops, I pressed the button. I'm missing a part of my W here. Okay, so you're not supposed to freeze very much of these, but okay. So I already fried up some onions, which is great. Sear the seitan, yeah. Touch on it. Sear the marinated salmon on all sides until brown. Remove from pan and set aside. This locks in flavor and keeps a meaty texture. Build the base. In the same pan, add a bit more oil if needed. Saute onions, carrot, and celery until softened. So the onions we already sauteed, we'll use the beef bourguignon. Carrot. I use my tomatoes is the question. Tomatoes underneath this? Tomato paste, yeah. Onions, carrots. So I'm supposed to sear this. So I'm never supposed to put in this in the oven. I should put it on this. Well, I want to wrap my tinfoil. Very little left. Well, I already broke one plate, so what does it hurt to keep using it? So I'll take the broken plate. I'm gonna put it back on here. It's like swollen. It looks so good. I'm so pleased. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing. Oh, Dad, Uncle, oh, Elizabeth. Okay, I can ship. How you doing? How you doing, Cuzzo? Hey, Carissa Brew is watching. Hi, Carissa. I didn't see you guys. Is this a new recipe, Carissa? uh, It's the only recipe. I haven't cooked before, so I wouldn't know. But I'm adding my herbs de provenance in here. You know what? And to give it that extra little provenance feel, I'm gonna put just intense. Okay, this is gonna go now. Oh, we gotta finish. Let's take out the creeping rest because it's now cooked a lot. Where's my hand, Ray? It's actually kind of heavy. So this dish is broken, but it's pretty baked a little. It's still quite moist. So we're gonna throw this in the oven now. And let that Satan cook. Alright. Sorry guys, I should have been paying attention to my feed and see your comments. Normally nobody comes in. Yeah. Yellow. Oh, it's actually. Yeah, cousin. I'm glad you're in here with me. I'm powering through. I am in pain, you guys. But I'm doing it. I'm doing it. The chefs of the world unite. For you. For your countries. Even though you gotta stop eating the meat. Seriously. Okay, so now we're gonna keep making the keep making the bourguignon base. So I'm supposed to cut the carrots. I wish I had like oven mitts or something. Now I see why people have all these things. It's because it's super useful. Alright, so the bacon bits, which you know what? I might as well add the bacon bits to the bottom of this roller. Ouch. Here. Okay, so here's our bacon. You see it? So we're gonna just add this to the bottom. Oh wow, I made just the right amount. Oh wow, that's fluky how that happens. And I'm going to save these 3 chunks to put on top to make it look like a nice little garnish. But good thing I left the crust thick, or else it wouldn't cut properly. But to be honest, it still looked like it could be split up. You gotta smooth this on, right? That looks pretty. And I am cooking for one. Okay, so cut up this carrot, and this carrot I think was washed. I have a carrot here actually. Oh, I do have carrots in here. So now we're actually going to use the vegetables that I had washed before. You want to wash everything because it's full of pesticides. This is organic. This is actually getting kind of old. Okay. Chips off. These were fresh a couple of days ago. I washed them in vinegar, so maybe I should peel it a little bit. I need a paring knife, which is somewhere around here. Still fresh from the inside. So how do I dice these? How do I cut them? Traditional classic French beef bourguignon. You usually cut sliced into rounds or diagonal slices. Oh, sometimes cut on a bias, slightly angled for a more elegant look. Large enough to hold shape during long simmering. Pearls are classic left whole or halves if very large. For home versions, regular onions are often cut into medium wedges. Oh my gosh, what is this supposed to look like? Okay, I'm gonna watch this now. Beef bourguignon. Oh, she put tomatoes in hers. Okay. Just look this up. I think they cut them into these like kind of partially julienne situations here. I think we might need a lot more. Oh, I see. Julia Child's most famous dish, really? Oh, I see. Carrots are whole, yeah, with onions. Oh, these are supposed to be big white caps. Is it supposed to be very... Oh no, they're supposed to be whole mushrooms. Okay. I don't know how mine's gonna look in comparison. Oh, the chunks are big. Oh, I should have made a chunk here. Actually, it's not too good. Well, it'll still form big chunks. I made the seitan very chunky, like kind of thick, like that thick. So if I cut it, it should still be nice little chunks. This is not what I thought it was gonna look more like bulgogi when I made bulgogi. Okay, that means I'm not supposed to cut these mushrooms up if I was going to. I should have bought cremini mushrooms. Okay, well, we're gonna keep these whole then, because so far everybody who's been cooking with them left them whole. Glad I researched this dish before I went further. So I do have one tiny little onion. They're not pearl onions, but they're small enough to look like it. I'm gonna cut this in half, and then each half will make it look like. Yeah, I bought these on a discount. I thought it was discounted. It was discounted, but I thought it was like, wow, these huge, big, like. I thought on the image on the delivery app, it looked like it was like a big of these big guys, but it's not. It's like tiny in comparison. So it's kind of gonna work out. So I'm gonna cut this in half. It's gonna look like beef bourguignon, which is great. Oh, this one cut up her. Okay. Oh, she's making big beef patties. Oh, good. Celery isn't used. Good. Hmm. Oh, okay, they're supposed to hold their shape. Should I saute onions in small with minced garlic and then the tomato paste? Hmm. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to put a bay leaf in. Okay. Mm. Yeah, I see. I know how to cook it now. Okay. So everything's chunky in beef bourguignon. Great. It gives that really satisfying. For some reason, my other phone's not charging. Give me 1 second. And it's charging now. I am starving. I don't think I'm gonna be able to eat this tonight. Should I just power it out all night and just do it all? The beef bourguignon, the quiche, the croque, and the ratatouille is all that's really left. What time is it? Must be night. I don't really feel like cooking that much. I should go to sleep and wake up in the morning. I'll put all this in the oven or the fridge and just reheat it when I need to. This has a strange. Got that classic bready feel. I'm wondering if it's starting to go bad too. Okay, I have just enough onions for French onion soup, I think. Am I supposed to serve this with mashed potatoes? Okay, so 10 vegetables, 2 medium carrots, 1/2 celery star, 2 cloves, mushrooms. All right. So we're gonna keep that like that. These are supposed to be cut up sort of like. This. Now the question of people on where am I going to put that to eat? Oh, I could put the creme brulee here. Enough. Dump all this in. I think the French onion soup has to go in there. That's just gonna happen. All right. The beef bourguignon is going to go in this guy. Or it could technically go in this guy. I think actually, technically, the plastic can't keep that together. I do have a glass dish. That's point. The beef bourguignon is cooking like crazy. I think it's done. No, not quite. I want it to be chewy. Okay. Oh, right. I'm rinsing vegetables in it, right, for the ratatouille. Actually, that's where I'm gonna put the beef bourguignon into the glass dish. That glass one. Yeah, quiche Lorraine will be in that one. Yeah, I got it. So. Beef bourguignon goes in the dish. All these vegetables are really just for the ratatouille. This. Oh. It is late. France, I hope you appreciate this. I'm just really appreciative that you had to put so much effort into. These used to just be plants and forests, and now we have look at all this stuff we have now. Do you think they could ever imagine tofu and fruits from around the world and cans, olive oil? Everything has different textures, potatoes, everything. Right. This is ready to go. This is ready to go. Both these are actually. We'll cut these in half too. What a fluke that I bought this tiny little onions. I never buy little onions like this. So, see what I mean? Like, it just seems to work out a lot of the time, surprisingly. I'm just waiting for the beef bourguignon. We're keeping on. Come on. need to say time I'm done cooking. How long has it been in there for? Maybe a little bit longer. You're normally supposed to steam it, but ah, come on. This is really tough. More difficult than it should be. Peeling little onions like this when it's midnight and been cooking. Come on. Almost done. So I guess we're going to saute up the garlic now. Mushrooms, so this stuff is not going to throw in. Part of me is thinking that maybe I should cook this last because it might get a little, not perfect, but. All right. Soy sauce, tomato sauce, yes. Vegan butter or oil, yep. Flour or cornstarch for thickening. Step 2, sear the seitan. Okay. Heat 1.5 tablespoons oil. And sear the marinated seitan on all sides until browned. Okay. And remove from searing pan. In the same pan, add a bit more oil, saw carrots, garlic. Should garlic be minced or it goes in cloves? Why minced garlic works best? For vegan garlic, okay, now that's what this one. So, garlic is. Look at how huge these cloves are. Now these are organic. Everything is so expensive when it's organic in these specialty ethical shops. Partly because they market the price probably a bit, but our trading worldwide is strained at the moment. growing. Should have put it back in the fridge. But I was planning to cook all this in one night. Here I am 5 days later. It's still feeling like I'm only halfway done. Okay, so that's quite a that's okay, I think our seitan is pretty much done. It's pretty browned. Man, that smells good actually. Still feels pretty soft. So this is gonna look like it. It's actually gonna look like it. So that's done, that's done. So all we do now is just fry it up. Did she add potatoes in there? Oh, I see. Good. Wow, put in a lot of red wine. Yep. Put the paper on in here, but I always gonna put in that the glass dish. That's right. Okay. Putting the keys back in. I'm taking the seitan. Ooh, that's hot. Okay, the seitan is done. That actually smells very powerful. About that. Let that cool off. Then I'm going to sear it a little bit more before I put all this in. I'm baking the bacon, the larde, in the oven a little bit. Minced garlic. 1 cup full-bodied red wine. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to make vegetable stock. Really? All right. I think we're pretty much ready. I'm gonna make that broth. I think I have to make that first. You know what? I could probably just use this. Onions first. Saute. Yeah, I'm gonna make vegetable stock. Okay. So we're gonna make some vegetable stock, and as we always do it in vegan world, you use seaweed. Sometimes onions. And almost any vegetable that you get your hands on, really. So we're gonna add some water, some filtered water. We can take some of that caramelization, put that to the broth as well. Actually, we have some already. I have some made. Here. Right there. So I might as well reuse this. Is that enough of the question? All right, so that kind of worked out. Yeah, I got the onions. Okay, I see. Cloves, dried mushroom, tomato paste. Okay, I see. Okay, done. So that's done. All right. About that. One bay leaf. We'll put the bay leaves in after. It's really just yeah, that caramelized onion in there is gonna make the broth look good, really good. Good progress. Cut those in half. And the quiche, it's cooking right now in the oven. I think we're gonna put this stuff in here now. You know what? I'm planning like this ratatouille stuff. Just go back in the fridge if I don't get cooking the ratatouille tonight. I don't know what to do with that. They're still cold, so it's starting to feel weak. Like when I get this really weak feeling, that's when I know I'm probably not gonna make her. So we're gonna make the quiche tonight. We're gonna finish making the beef bourguignon. Maybe we'll make the creme brulee, which we can do right now actually. I wonder if I should add this to the stuff. Yeah, for now. I'm going to reduce the stock down. If you're not sure what I'm doing, this is going to be like the watery stock. I'm going to let it reduce so it's a little bit less liquidy. And then when we start putting in the vegetables and sauteing everything, this will be ready to pour in. Okay. Now if I want to make the creme brulee, it's like, I guess it's pretty easy. Do that. Might have. I had all these like lighters and stuff. They don't work. Whoa. Oh, it did work. Oh, it works. We can make creme brulee. We can like fry the top of it. Perfect. Wow. Didn't know that still worked. That's fluky. Okay. Well, it looks like everything's kind of surprisingly working out, considering I have poverty trap going up here. All right. So I'm gonna put in the quiche Lorraine. Hopefully, it doesn't make the crust very soaking wet. And I'm going to put. I feel like I shouldn't put too much of this broth to the least. Okay. Burnt my hand a little bit. It's alright. First, let's take this guy out. Okay, our broken quiche Lorraine dish, our ramekin type dish. There you go. Last step, this is the nutmeg, eggy, vegan egg situation. So let's, can you see it? You can. So let's get it going. Maybe I should give it a nice little blend in case it's settled. Oh, no, never mind. You hear that? It's like that. I made way too much, but that's okay. This is really just for appearances, but I really went the extra mile. Appearances and things. Whoa! You're supposed to go slow, so it drips in between every piece. Very cool. You know what? I actually think I might have just made just enough. Very cool. All right. So that's our quiche Lorraine. That's what she's gonna look like. I'm gonna put a little bit of the bacon on top, then we got her. That's it. You're not supposed to put anything else on it. That's simple. No onions, no nothing. No tomatoes. Let's put her back in the oven. Cook her up tonight. Put her in the fridge. We'll be back up tomorrow. I need a bigger cloth than this. Too small. Let's use this. Oh, here's where the rest of my sign went. It fell onto my right here. I gotta be careful because this dish is actually broken in half. So. Quiche Lorraine. Traditional too. Proper quiche Lorraine. None of this modern stuff. All right. We're so close to finishing one more dish. It's like every dish is a Herculean feat, it feels like. And they're so simple. Or is it? I don't even know. A chef would be laughing at me, but it's vegan, it's ethical, it's traditional. It's when I'm on a hunger strike, it's in the middle of a mega crisis, and I'm in the middle of the poverty trap at the same time. And my sign is falling apart. So it's a lot. There's like probably 6 or 7 major things that makes it 10 times harder than normal. Oh, and all my dishes are breaking, which is the poverty trap. Another version of the same poverty trap. Okay, our beef bourguignon is firming up. Quiche is in this. So let's make our creme brulee. So I think we're gonna make our creme brulee in one of these smaller guys. So Dijon mustard. This is exactly what you want your beef stock. We actually used most of that. It's like sort of the perfect sort of consistency that we want with our. So we're going to. Caramelized onion is in there, which is perfect. And now we're going to use for our beef. When we get the beef down, we sear it a little bit. I wonder if I should throw this. It's like just enough too, like for a portion size for this much liquid and that much raw. It'd be good to thicken it. Look at that, it didn't even stick much. Perfect. And this is gonna cook more too. It's a little bit gooey right now. Boy, I will be remembering this. Like, Israel and Palestine was hard because I had to cook two different countries. This is one country. All right, creme brulee. Now we're cooking at the store and letting that cool down. All right, so I'm just gonna do a little research on creme brulee. Get this out of the way. Oh, I was supposed to put. Oh yeah, my cashews are in there. Perfect. Yeah, we added some cashews in too. Perfect. Mm, simple green salad, arugula, baby spinach, or mixed greens. Just lightly with olive oil or vinaigrette. A few cherry tomatoes. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So. Mm, uh, creme. 12:30. Yikes. Hmm. Okay. 4 cups of heavy cream. Okay. 2 tablespoons of vanilla extract. Got it. Egg yolks. What? All right. That's strange. Creme brulee is not how I thought it was. Yeah, we're gonna finish up with these 3: creme brulee, beef bourguignon, and the uh, quiche Lorraine will be done all tonight. So 3 off the list. 3 off the list. And then all that's left is the French onion soup, the ratatouille, the eclairs, and the croque Lorraine. Croque. Wow, there's still quite a bit left. Croque monsieur, French onion soup, ratatouille. Those are the big 3 tomorrow. Then eclair, and then the. Okay, it's worth it. I thought these were all small dishes when I looked them up. Okay. So 1 can of coconut milk. Okay. You know, I'm gonna make it in here. And then I'll distribute it to the 2 tiny creme brulee containers. One full cup of coconut milk, 1/2 cup granulated sugar, 1/4 cup cornstarch. I don't have this cornstarch stuff. 1/4 cup turmeric. So it's really just coconut milk and sugar. There's no eggs in this one. Vanilla extract. Okay. Okay. Ooh, my feet. Ouch.
So I just have a nylon nut milk bag, I believe not very milk, and make half a cup of that. Need some almond milk, soy milk. We're gonna use cornstarch to thicken this.
Okay.
And we're adding vegan extreme yeast.
Wow. Why?
You're gonna do a pinch of salt. We're gonna do like the tiniest amount to regular have to. It does help it look like the right color that a regular crab does. Okay, we're gonna use the inside of vanilla bean. This tastes way better than extract, so I'm recommending this. Scrape it. And it's this paste you're gonna add into the milk.
Really?
Then you're just gonna blend this until it's very smooth. Then pour it in a saucepan and heat it over medium low until it starts to bubble big lumps. Sweet cream. I can pass it out tapioca and some other things, and I found cornstarch was just the easiest and best option to get the texture that you want. Tapioca didn't really work, and there's other recipes out there that use agar, which is a vegan gelatin, but I just feel like they don't find that everywhere. So cornstarch will do just fine. It kind of gels up like that. We're gonna pour the creme brulee into ramekins. I'm gonna do 2 large, but you can also do 4 small size ones. Still completely, so at least 6 hours. Look, much the same. They're just a little bit more firm. Alright, so you have to do the sugar so they look much the same. Right before the sugar just melt and then like liquid, kind of gross soup in your creme brulee. So right before you serve these, you're gonna coat the top in sugar scan to make it nice and firm. Alright, so you have to do the sugar and the brulee right before you serve them. You can't do it the night before the sugar will just melt and then it will make a liquid, kind of gross soup in your creme brulee. So right before you serve these, you're gonna coat the top in sugar, and then you're going to brulee it with a little handy small torch, or you can have a culinary commercial kitchen torch, whatever. You need butane. It's not that expensive. It might be worth having around the kitchen for fun little things like this. So you want a nice, thin, even layer of sugar. Then you're gonna torch it.
Oh, I can't. Okay. I can't do it. Okay. Oh.
It is very delicious. Creamy, vanilla-y, extra. So now, half a cup of that. You want to scoop the thick cream from a can of coconut milk and make half a cup.
Interesting. Okay, beef burgundy. Let's get you going. Okay, so just some research on the creme brulee. So this is nice and cool, but it feels like it's not done cooking. That's really intense. Okay, so we're gonna cut this into big 1 inch chunks, 1.5 inch chunks. So something. Big chunks like 3. We'll do 1 more. Yeah, still needs to be cooked a little bit more, it feels like, but I'll do that in the actual sauce. Well, I have to sear it. I'll sear it first. Okay, so we're gonna cut these in half. Just to make it cook a little more evenly anyway. Ooh, it's still really quite soft in the middle. Interesting. I'm gonna have to cook this a little bit longer actually now, but I think I let it sit a bit long. Okay, we're gonna put these in the oven for a little bit longer. It's gonna be a long night, but a worthwhile night. Kind of looks a little bit like beef burgundy, right? It should be thicker chunks, but that's okay. Actually, I wonder if I should cut these in half again to 1.5 inch bites. It might be a little bit too big. Well, we'll cut some of them in half and some not in half. So we'll cut this guy in half. And that looks about right. I think I should put this guy in half too. Okay, we'll put this in with the quiche. We actually do have time to make the creme brulee right now. Well, the creme brulee is just it's giving her. Browning. Oh, I see. She's getting egg in there.
Way better than extra. Then you're gonna take it off. You also have to whisk this.
Interesting. She's doing it different. Let's see what else other people do. Vegan creme brulee. The Buddhist shot. Okay, let's see this here. Oh. Cane sugar. So he's putting a lot of sugar. Okay. Oh man, I don't have any cornstarch. Yeah. Okay.
Let's open it first. I'm also gonna
Ooh. Wow, yeah, you're right.
Okay, now it's time to turn on the heat. Let's switch to this guy, the fouet, as they say in France. Now we're gonna bring it to a boil slowly. We're gonna let it boil for 1 minute, just enough for it to thick into it. If you go answer the door, I mean, it's a dessert. A spoonful of vegan butter. I mean, it's a dessert. Not gonna eat it for breakfast. Butter. What does it bring to the recipe? You can skip it if you like, but it gives it this silky finish, which is very French. That is the week. But we're using vegan butter. It's even better.
That's right. Except it has vegetable oil in it. Interesting.
What someone's going on?
This person made it the same as I did. Okay, vegan milk, yeah. Cane sugar, yeah. Cornstarch, yeah. Vanilla, yeah. Blend, yeah. Corn pan, yeah. Heat and stir, yep. Yep. Spoon and ramekin. What? Where? Okay, something that's weird. I don't know why. All right. Each one of them made it different, but the one guy made it super rich with like vegan butter. That's crazy. We'll use a little bit of coconut, maybe coconut oil, which might change the taste a little bit, but it'll maybe give it that creamy finish. But, all right. I have a funny feeling creme brulee is gonna blow my mind. It's gonna be like another, like when I was cooking for Kenya, and I made that maharagwe beans, coconut beans. Man, that was so good. That was crazy good. There we go. Oh, it's so good. I can already tell. That beef bourguignon. Oh my gosh. Our mushrooms are already flying over here. There, let's do it. So, sign is falling apart again. Well, it sticks to the ground perfectly. This is probably kind of not good. This is not all my food. Okay, so they boil sugar and cornstarch and all the extract, everything comes in together. Milk, castor, I'll try one more. Use a petric.
Vegan, basically day 3, we are making a vegan race. Everybody who tries this vegan creme brulee will bear. We have some almond milk here. If you use almond milk with sugar, then you have to reduce the amount of sugar we're using in total. So I have a non-sweet almond milk, and I will add my sugar in.
Okay.
And here I have a cornstarch. Now, I will add a little bit of lemon juice. So, I'm using the lemon juice of half lemon, but it depends on the size of lemon and the juice that has inside. We want about 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. This is not juicy enough, but it's okay. Normally, if we add lemon juice into a dairy milk, a normal milk, what will happen, my friend, like this? The milk will split, okay? But we have almond milk, so the milk will split, okay? What will happen, my friend, like this? The milk will split, okay? But we have almond milk, so if you add a big amount of lemon, it will split, but not in this case. Now, I have all this lovely mixture here ready, and I will add some vanilla extra into it. Now I prefer the almond milk to be at room temperature, because if it's at refrigerator temperature, then probably it will take more time, the whole process. But with an almond milk at room temperature, the whole process will take not more than 3 to 4 minutes. Now, I have my pot here. I will add my...
Okay. We're ready to thicken up our creme brulee. And this guy's making it even more different than the other guys. So I think I like. Let's see.
Mixer and a pinch of salt into the mixer. Now, you don't want high heat, you want low heat, and you will stir it constantly until the mixer thicken up and the mixer will disappear, and then we will off the heat, and I will add the texture, but it's dairy free, and I will carry on stirring until the butter is completely melted in it. Now, if you see that the mixer is thickening up too much, then you can thin it by adding a little bit of almond milk. Now, what do you think? Like, it's okay or it's not okay? Yeah, but we have to make sure that it's runny, and we can divide this mixer into the ramekins, okay? Now, I will transfer my mixer into the ramekins this way. As you can see, it's perfect. But if it's not perfect, you can thin it down with a little bit more almond milk. Of course, the vanilla extract and a little bit of salt make all the difference. because always when something left to the pan is always for the cook, right? Yeah? Lovely. Now, it's time for the fridge, okay? I will put them into the fridge for approximately 1 to 2 hours until they're completely set, but I already prepared the bats. So let me switch them. These are my loki with them.
Interesting. This guy didn't use any coconuts either.
Trust me, vegan creme brulee will not believe that it's a vegan dessert. Trust me. There is prepared.
Reminds me of Slavoj Žižek. Okay. Well, we're gonna do a half and half, something like this. I just want to make sure that vegetable stock isn't like gonna get into my dessert. Okay. Done. So I'm gonna trust this other woman. She kind of knows what she's doing, I think. I'm gonna put a little bit of nutritional yeast in there too because it really does add that sort of probably eggy with a original feel of flavor. Voila. Okay, so mushrooms are like soggy. They've been waiting for too long. I'm a little bit nervous about this, but we're gonna cook this up today. Not wait. I feel like we need a little bit more carrot in there. Actually, we have a carrot, a little carrot stem. I feel like I need to cook the ratatouille pretty quickly because the vegetables are. That's the only thing that's really going bad is the vegetables. So we're gonna cut this up. This one's not washed though, so we're gonna wash this one. How's our teeth doing? It's cracking on top though. Why is it cracking? My quiche supposed to be cracking on top? I did etch to good. It shouldn't be cracking. I added tofu in. My keep the oil, actually make it brown faster, really. It's burning. Plus heat. Okay. We're gonna need to blend. Well, he didn't blend it. He used a whisk. I guess I have hand beaters I could probably use. I'm glad I put the cashew cream, cashews in. Oh wait. Okay. So how much of this do I want to use? Oh, I want to save. I'm actually so hungry right now. They put lemon inside. To brighten it, orange or tangerine zest. I do have orange, oranges, lime zest, splash of acid, white wine. Okay, apple cider. Sure, the two things we can use. I think I'm running out of things here. Oh, I can use straight over there. Right. Oh, coconut cashew, perfect. 1 cup full can, okay. Half cup raw cashews, okay. Half cup granulated sugar, half cup coarse syrup. I think I like this version feels good to me. So this to be done out somewhere. We have some chocolate, by the way. I'll see this first. All right. Closer. Getting closer. It feels like I'm doing like many cooking shows for a cooking show. People like probably make this bit by bit for the kids, right? You do the course, you experiment with one little thing. If it worked, it didn't work. But this is like everything here is experimental. Clean this up. We're gonna eat this after. I just think how our ancestors were not meat eaters, and how if this was actual eggs, and this could hurt you badly. You get sick very easily. But I could leave this out. Oh, I might get a little bit of mold on it, whatever. It's plants. It's just tofu. But with eggs and like meat products and bacteria and salmonella, you know, it changes. It's totally different. Wash the beard off a little bit. I don't want my creme brulee mixing with mustard. Definitely the wrong taste to mix with. Wow, this quiche Lorraine is really looking strange. Yes, that's cute. It's too thick, maybe. Okay, so this is going to be used later. Put that in the fridge. I wish I could take pictures of this stuff. Can you see? Can you see? It's a mess in here, I know. All right, let's blend up our cashews. Have a cup of cashews. I don't want to use too much of this. Okay. like I've already put too much in. It should be mostly just cream. Good. Half cup. Blend cashews and blend everything except the topping sugar until smooth. Oh, easy. Half. Oh, I see. I don't have cornstarch. Okay. Vegan. Now, bowl of coconut fat, coconut milk. Hope it's not that. Cocoa butter. Half cup sugar, 2 cups. So let's add in a bit of this, which is 1/4 cup. All over the place tonight. Cocoa butter. Quarter cup. Really? French quite a bit. Morning, 1:18 in the morning. Wow. Sugar, pinch of salt. Pinch of salt. Okay. And a little bit of sherry, which will give it the wrong color, but this is actually a lot of fluid. Done. So salt, cherry, vanilla, sugar, cook off, all that. Okay. It's all in there. And a little tiny turmeric to give it. You don't want it to taste it too much. I think that's got her. These little, I caught it again in time. Yeah, beef burgundy is starting to take it out. Kind of nice because when it bubbles, it looks funny. See? Now you actually put bites. This guy looks like the perfect bite right there. These ones look even better. So that's our bourguignon. 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 We're going to sear that now. Once we're done the creme brulee. Too dirty for my creme brulee, so we're going to and make sure it doesn't have any savory taste in here. Done. Good. I'm definitely going to bed after this. I'm definitely. Okay. So that's cleaned off. Eat. Ouch. Okay, where's my blender? After this. I got too much going on here. Just finished. We have to put a little more sugar in there, but maybe not. Oh, she smells good. All right, this has been our creme brulee. It's going to be about tonight. That's a lot of creme brulee. It's like All right, so let's see how it thickens up. I thought I was going to mix it in the bowl, but I'm not going to. So now we need to heat this and let it thicken. Oh, I was supposed to put the cocoa button after. Ah, shoot. Now, whatever. Okay, here we go. Here's our pan. Black. All right. Well, it's got a nice sort of color to it. All right, let's heat it up. Oh my gosh. Mmm. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh yeah, I can see why people get addicted to this. Oh man. This is just incredible. Mmm. There's something about that. That is definitely, yeah. That's a favorite. I didn't even eat the whole thing yet, and I already know. Okay, let's turn on the heat here. Okay, deflating. It smells really like, I really like this. And every dish does actually taste different. Like this does not taste like a goosey. A goosey tastes totally different. Okay. There goes my bark. Okay. See what's happening over here. See, I have quite the collection. We got our stock getting ready here. I'm gonna turn the heat. I'm gonna turn the heat down even more. Okay, so here we go. This stuff is just delicious. Oh my gosh. I am gonna make 2 ramekins. I'm glad I wiped the edges. This stuff, I'm gonna have 2 of these. And at least it has cashews and coconut cream. So it's got all my cream and stuff, all my fats, because your body needs fats to make hormones. And when I'm on Hungerstrike, I'm low on all that. I don't want a single drop of this to go to waste. You want to thicken up very quick though. Not too quick. Oh man. I just want to lick it all out. Okay, so we're gonna use a spoon. You're supposed to use a whisk or something like that, but actually, we do have beater whisks now. I have a hand mixer, But I'm not going to use it. The only thing that I need the hand mixer for is the macarons. I want to show that basically anything else that you want to make can basically be made with a simple little blender like that. And but the macarons are just stuff. So let's see this up a little faster. They say that if you step away from this, it'll burn. Now that I know how to make it, it's like pretty easy. Throw everything into a blender and you're pretty much ready to rock and roll. Oh my god, I can't believe how good that tastes. That's really good. That's really good. It's kind of like the Marahagua beans from Kenya. But the Marahagua beans were. I'm not on my, I have a towel on the ground to make it easier on my feet. Okay, it's getting hot. Too hot now. Mm-hmm. Oh, I bet you because I don't have cornstarch, it would take forever to thicken, so. I have a funny feeling our quiche is not going to heat properly. I think it's going to burn. Yeah. It's getting thicker. Kind of. I'm often thinking now, how much of these chemicals in these pans are seeping into the food too? Because when you melt steel, it's got to be seeping into the food. Like our ancestors never used to do any of this. It's turning into creme brulee. Thank you, France, for making creme brulee, for bringing this into our world. And we didn't use any vegetable oils, no vegan butters, nothing. Uh-oh, starting to clump. A little too hot now. Take that off a little bit. She's getting thick on the bottom. It's doing it. It's doing it. Bubbling a little bit. Now it's getting that orange kind of color in there. Perfect. Oh, I was supposed to put nutritional yeast in here. I don't think it really needed, to be honest. Just for that little bit of egg, just in case. That umami egg. And it gives it that orange color too. I don't know if you guys can see this. Can you see it? Beautiful. It's getting thicker. I don't know why I'm so proud of this, because it tastes like that vanilla and coconut. That's a bombshell. That's a bombshell connection right there. I think it's starting to get to the right consistency. Very happy that I washed the edges of this. You guys can see over here, but my setup is too unstable now. Oh. I think that's getting pretty close to the right consistency. Yeah, I'm glad I made that much because it shrunk. Shrunk quite a bit, actually. I bet that's why you add the vanilla at the end so that it doesn't get baked out. Oh, my feet. Ouch. You know what? I wonder if I should use that batch of eggs on the crock once they're while the ratatouille is cooking on it. It's not chunky, it's smooth. You know what it's supposed to do. think that's probably the right consistency. Maybe not. They said 1 to 2 minutes. That's crazy. Like, I think this is about right. Remember, it still feels a little bit too gooey. Give it a minute more. Not that I know what creme brulee is like because I've never had it before, but it's supposed to be like a custard. This is on heat though, of course. Don't want any of it to burn or get chunky. Now we're talking. Yeah, this might actually barely fill up one of those things. That's it. See that? It's got that little jiggle to it. Wow, I guess I was supposed to add in all the flavorful stuff at the end, but they didn't. They all blended it together.
This is not juicy enough. But you need to right? The vanilla extract and a little bit of salt make all the difference.
His is actually a little bit more horrible than mine. So mine seems to be a little bit thicker, but I don't mind it. Hope it doesn't ruin it. Okay, so let's pour it in here. Oh wow, container's a lot bigger than I thought. Wow, I actually only have enough to fill one. There's a little bit of room for that crust. Holy, I made just enough, I think. Huh. Well, good thing I didn't go much less than that. I'm just filling up this right now. Well, that's our creme brulee. Put some sugar and then put it. Smooth it over. Let's taste it. Shall we? Can you even see what I'm doing? Can you even see it? It's hitting screen? Yeah, I think so. Okay, let's see. Oh, that nutritional yeast you can taste. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a favorite. That's shocking. Mm. Our ancestors had no idea. Our ape-like ancestors, 2.6 million years ago, they never knew we would make this. Mm. All vegan. You don't need meat, honestly. Oh my gosh. Mm. I don't know what real creme brulee, like real animal creme brulee tastes like, but it would be hard to get better than this. Oh man. That's hard to describe. It's like instant addiction. I don't want to waste any of it. Literally. Oh man. Well, I'm glad I made how much I made. I thought I made too much. I didn't. Oh, that's good. I'm gonna waste a bite. Do that. Hmm. Wash our hands because we're not disgusting cooks. We cook with dignity. Goodness. Okay, so our quiche Lorraine is still in the oven. Still jiggling. Definitely cracking a lot. I wonder if I can smooth it out. Baby should. I can't. It's already firmed up. Yeah, it's what it is. It is what it is. What it is. So let that cool. Overnight. I need to eat some real food. Okay, so the last on the list is beef bourguignon. So we got our beef pieces, and they've all swelled down, so it's good now. So we're gonna sear these because they're a little bit too. I let them sit for a long time, so they're a little bit gelatinous. Not like real beef. So we'll fry them up here. I wonder if I should keep them in this like delicious fluid. Like, how can you ever go wrong with that? because it's not that healthy that way. Like, at least mine has cashews in it and essential fat. Man, I am really impressed with that. Okay, so let's sear up these bad boys. All of them in there. Pass leather to dry. Sear 1 to 2 tablespoons of oil. Okay. All right, let's do it. I don't want the oil to ruin the herbs de provenance. You don't want to over fry either, because it'll ruin the smoke point of olive oil is not that high. Pan really is not good for searing. It's like searing everything except the meat. Sear it now. Well, yeah. I don't want to sear too much because I don't like frying my food. Okay, it's searing, but it's a little bit fluffy still. Much better than it was, actually. A little bit more cooked than I want, but that's... Starting to swell and pop, which is good. Interesting, they're starting to squeal. Still charred, but you can see it's the herbs that are burning, but not the actual seitan. So we're gonna get this out of here. See, they're swelling. Get that moisture out of there. It really got in there. But they look like pieces of meat. Look at that. Can you see that? Like, that's pretty shocking. And they still had that beef bourguignon's like smell to them. So I don't want these to burn at all. If I burn these, then you're probably already starting to get close to like the point where you don't want to, you know, harm yourself too much with these things. So I think that's pretty okay. Beef bourguignon. So while I'm making I'm gonna put these back in the oven while I'm making the rest of the. Nice and seared on my broken plates. Okay, we're in the thick of it now. Okay, put that in there. 250. Why is it? Done. So I got the ham for the crock sitting there. Good. The creme brulee. Still hot. Man, that's shockingly good. Shocking. All right. So I'm gonna take out some of these parts here. And we're gonna put some of this caramelized filet down here. This will add a lot of taste. So we're gonna keep that much. And we're gonna throw our sauteed onions back in, right? Heat oil, vegan butter, onion first, yeah. Garlic first. Okay. We already fried up the. I guess we can take off some of this garbage on the side. Unappetizing. Right, so this is going to go on top of our quiche, which I sort of think I want to put on now, more or less. There should be a third piece. Where did it go? Yeah, let's throw this in. Bouillon, almost done. These other chefs could cook all this stuff in like 2 hours, maybe. So onions, oh yeah, with our garlic and onions. Beautiful. Sounds good. Actually, I always lose the caps, so I'm going to keep the caps together. Okay, now after this, we want to put the tomato paste, really, and then the carrots. Really surprising. Okay, we got our tomato paste here. It has herbs in it already, which is kind of not the best. I'm gonna put in a little bit of tomato because the next time I eat will probably be too long. Oh, we need tomatoes for the ratatouille. Cute. Okay, well, just to be safe. Shoot, I left my guard down for a second and it burnt a couple of them. No. Well, I won't taste it in the burgundy too much anyway, I think, but I don't want any of this stuff in my body. Shoot, pay attention. Oh, it's at high heat, that's why. Okay, let's put. Let's put the sauce in there. Down a bit. Reducing down, which is great. Taking out some pieces. Not really in me versus it's all going to use that. Okay. All right, so that's that. Now we're going to let me taste it actually. That's so good. Okay, so now this is tomato paste, carrots, mushrooms. Mushrooms and pearl onions. So these are pretty big pearl onions. I could put them in there and they look kind of okay. If I cut them, they might actually split apart. I'll cut one in half and see if they'll keep getting the same. What I don't want to do. I'm going to take this out and wash the pan. Just gonna keep putting little flakes in there, little flakes of it. I feel like all I did is I took my eyes off it for a second, and then it burned. Ah, what happens if you put things to the night? Now we're good. Right. Are we ready for the next step? I think so. And I don't mind cooking it for a little bit longer because I'm waiting for the beef overnight. The beef down there to cook too in the oven. Are they ballooning? They're cooking. Now let's cut it up. Never again. Oh, forgot a couple tricks. Okay, let's coat these. So we're putting in the mushrooms. Doesn't look like it. Oof, Poganing. Go. And and then. That looks good. I have to admit, it's working out. Not that they're super complicated dishes, but this dish would turn out totally different if I didn't research what it would look like. Carrots, pros on saute until mushrooms release liquid and start to brown. Build the stew. Pour in the red wine, scraping up browned bits from the pan. Okay. Add vegetable stock, bay leaves. Okay. Is it 2 in the morning yet? 2:18. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we've knocked off a few more off the list. So happy. So 1, 2, 3. We made 3 types of meats. Keep the rain is in there. So the red wine, we should probably get. This is going to be for the French onion soup, I believe. This. have red wine, but we do have red wine vinaigrettes, which we will water down. Since you don't need the second one, we'll use this. You up and cooking with me? All right. What's going on here? So we're going to take this off the stove. That's a very strong. I think we're ready for this too. All right, so red wine. Red wine. Mm. 1 cup. Okay. Pretty vinaigrette-y. Yep. Okay, that feels about right. But it's a little bit too vinegary. Uh, it actually might be too strong. a little bit of sugar to dull in that vinaigrette taste. It says to add this in. There's a splash of mushroom soaked. Okay. These are supposed to be nice and brown, but the onions are starting to brown, which is nice. I'm tempted. I want to cook them more. Then deglaze. Add red wine and stock after veggies are nicely browned. Return six into the pan and simmer so all flavors melt. Let the tomato paste fry enough to smell so it's reaching more umami flavor. It makes a huge difference. Don't stir too much once mushrooms go in. Let them brown a little. If you're using large carrots, you can add them after the tomato paste too, so they start cooking with the base flavors. Okay, I think we're pretty much almost finished this. I guess we want this to burn a bit. It's definitely glazing now. But you don't want it to burn again. Like some serious plays. Oh, the seitan is bubbling again. I'm going to cook the inside of it. I think that's pretty much good for glazing. Stock and red wine. Well, these are actually supposed to burn. They should really burn. Okay, red wine is going in. In the vegetable stock. There we go. I'm going to leave the seaweed in there for a bit. So this is going to thicken up. Turn it by and interestingly, this guy reduces the red wine to a quarter of its volume. So what that means is that it'll be as strong as vinaigrette, red wine vinaigrette. You're supposed to put in a little bit of flour. It says you can. So we're going to put our seitan in now. Our quiche is bubbling over, it looks like. Maybe I can cut the top off of it. Ouch, hot. Look at that. Look at those golden bits. Okay, we're supposed to throw this in now. And I'm gonna emphasize the taste of the, oh, I forgot to put in herbs de Provence. Throwing some back here. A little piece of that left. Okay. We don't want a seaweedy taste in this. Take out the seaweed now. Too seaweedy tasting. Turn this down a bit. Let me sit on. This guy seems like a little bit big. I made the perfect amount, it looks like. Look at that. It looks too sparse without these extra two pieces in there. Now it looks good. Oh my gosh. Can you guys believe that? You can see where I seared it. I don't want to dump this in the pot. Look at that. That actually looks like it. Yeah, that looks amazing. Now those carrots will add some sweetness naturally, but I can smell the vinegar. Actually, it's got that tomatoey vinegar. It smells perfect. I want to take a picture of this so bad. I'm proud of this. The quiche is rising. So I wonder if I should have put less in there, but look at this. This is yellowing out too, like real creme brulee, like real eggs. That kind of looks like real eggs, doesn't it? So working out. Don't ask me how, but it is. And we're supposed to throw a bay leaf in there. So we're going to throw a bay leaf in there. Oh no, I forgot. We're supposed to use this. Well, we'll let this reduce and then we'll throw the mixture in. I could throw it all in there. Yeah, we'll throw it all in there. Perfect. Now it's got the herbs. It's got the bay leaf liquid. It's got the onions. That looks really good. I didn't even have pearl onions. Somehow I got them. Okay, bay leaf is in there. Maybe I'll throw in a little bit of fresh thyme. Supposed to have a very strong thyme. Thyme, whatever you want to call it. Thyme. Here's some of our thyme. And it's starting to go a little bit bad, but how much am I supposed to put in? Am I doing it right? If there's any chefs watching. Wow. To all the mothers out there that cook for their kids every day, good on you. I remember doing some of this as a kid, but now it's man, it's definitely definitely making me appreciate what my parents did for me. I will do for others. Yeah, that's a pretty strong time. Woo! Okay, we're gonna let that reduce a lot. It's gonna go back to the fridge. And then we use our ham tomorrow, our fake ham. And we do some ratatouille and we're done. The mustard back. Actually, Eau Claire's are going to need to use the. These have been in there for a long time. I still think it's like 2 minutes. It still feels too soft. Still feels too soft. Because that crust, I think, is too thick. Okay, I was just looking up something. What was it? Mm-hmm. Fresh thyme, 1 to 2 bay leaves, 1 tablespoon of fresh rosemary, really. Soy sauce for 2. Okay. I'm going to put a little bit of soy sauce for umami and flour and cornstarch. I'm going to put some flour in there. I knew I had back there. At this point, this is probably unnecessary. Probably a little bit salty already. And a bit of there we go. I'm doing it. Look at me, Ma. I'm doing it. Okay, so that's sticking up quite beautifully. I have this one. Both Burgundy. Voila. I think this turned out quite well. And I think that's pretty much our bourguignon. Whoa. Whew. That's actually, I thought the time would be a lot stronger. It does have that very intense kind of taste, which is delicious. Okay, I think we're pretty much done for tonight. I need a couple hours of sleep. What time is it? 2:30. Oh my gosh, it's almost 3. So if I sleep for the meeting 4 hours, if I sleep for 4 hours, should I put it in the? Should I leave it in the oven? Should I put it in the fridge? Oh, I was supposed to add in the garlic. Oh, I was supposed to add in. Oh, that's why. Well, the vegetables didn't sear as much as I wanted, but they still seared. Pour red wine, scraping vegetable stock, thyme, bay leaves, soy sauce. Yep. Return the seitan to the pan. Bring to simmering. Then reduce heat to low. Cover and simmer for 20-30 minutes. Okay. I think we need more vegetable stock. That cooked a little bit faster than I thought it would. We could add more water, but it feels like we'd dilute it. Want more flavor. Okay, I think we're good to go. The vegetables should be pretty much cooked through. The onions should be cooked through. Everything should be cooked through. This doesn't look like it's cooked through, but it's definitely browning. Oh, I need to ratatouille, so I will need to put this into a dish. That looks good like that, though, honestly. Well, I think we'll put the ratatouille in there, if it all fits. Okay, so... we're going to... The squash is starting to not do well. Starting to rot a little bit. I guess I could use that. Oh, we can switch it up. This looks wonderful. So let's throw this in. I should have seared the vegetables a little bit more, but at least the seitan is seared. Look at that caramelization on the bottom. Oh, mushrooms on top? Meat. Where's all my mushrooms? One mushroom. Two mushrooms. All the mushrooms like crammed together. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Mmm. Definitely can taste that vinaigrette now. So should I put this in the fridge or should I put this in the oven? It's gonna get wet or it's gonna get dried out. Okay. If I'm going to sleep, I don't want to have this cooking all night. Okay. All right, one step closer. I want to cover these in. It's warm. It's not going to melt it. Moisture in there. I don't want to get too much. Put the vegetables back in the fridge. Put this back in the fridge. Back. Sourdough. Back in the fridge. Should be hydrated. That's going to be person. Okay. We're going to put foil over this. No. We'll put the ham back in the fridge too. Let it continue to cook in the oven with the temperature. All right, my feet are just pertinent. Oh. Now for macaroons. Put this back in the fridge. Oh, excuse me. I should probably eat some. Can I eat on here? Actually, I can make a little soup out of that. This. Right. 301. Risky. Oh, risky. This for tonight. From cooking. Okay, really? Whoa, it's way too much. Lentils. Shouldn't have did this, because now I have to stay up, wait for it to cook. Potatoes take a long time to cook. Let's see. Up a little bit. Sorry if I get salty. Some spice that maybe I could use. Oh, insane. Honestly, who would have thought? Hmm. These noodles. Normally I just throw the noodles right in there, but these noodles they're so starchy, see? My feet are just aching. Ugh. Okay. Mm. That's just incredible. That's really, really good, honestly. Like a goosey level good. Not a wobbly, not a good. Ooh. Actually, I don't know if I want to stay up to eat it. Um. Wow. The cap just broke off. This is crap for Koreans. Sesame oil should be eaten. Because I think it's a seed oil. Yeah, I think you're right. Not supposed to eat any seed oils, but olive oil. Yeah, sesame seed, they're seeds. Alright. Cleaning up while we do that. While I let that cook. That's actually really good. The potatoes also add this really great taste. All right, I think I'm gonna call her quits there for tonight. I'm gonna have this little meal here real quick, just to tide me through. You can see I'm grinding, right? Like, how many people would go through this just to cook a meal? It's an epical meal, though. I can't believe how much my feet hurt, you guys. Ah! So I'm gonna cook that until the lectins in the potatoes release here. Usually for about 20 minutes, 30 minutes at least. So, what is it? I'm gonna be in bed by 3:30, and wake up, do our ever living meeting in the morning. If anybody comes, and then we'll start again. We'll cook the last. Well, technically there's 5 left, but there 2 of them are desserts. So there's only 3 main dishes left. It feels like I've been cooking a lot of. It's only cooking a lot of dishes, but I've only made 3 dishes really. Right? I made the quiche, the bread, the baguettes. Okay. But okay. My tart tartin. Uh, yeah. Whew. Wish me luck for tomorrow. Thanks for staying with me for finale part 5. There'll probably be a finale part 6. Might even be a finale part 7. Because I'll probably cook it the next 3 meals, be tired, go to sleep, wake up, and then do part 7 to actually eat it and say the blessings. And yeah, keep moving forward. Okay. Stay wonderful. And as always, you guys know what to do, right? Keep, what is it? Keep sublating. Okay, good night. See you tomorrow. Hold on, hang on. Oh, man. Oh. Hmm. but I am also in meaning. Oh, it's 3:31. I'm already 1 minute late. My deadline. I'm a hurting unit. I am a hurting unit right now. I want to eat this really quickly. A little blessing for the boar. Feet are literally bruised. Mm, 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 mm. Oh. Mm. Mm. Getting closer to the end of this meal. Ah. Oh. Oh, I'm in a lot of pain actually. Ah. Oh, I'm only gonna get 3.5 hours of sleep. Oh. Mm. Mm. Great. I got some B12. I should be supercharged for tomorrow. Let's do a little divine reading. Oh. I'm really good. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna do it. That's in here. My feet are actually bruised. Ow! Oh, wow. It stings when I step down. Bits and divine words. Making progress in all fronts. Even dating. I spent 30 seconds on there. Trying to find somebody who wants to change the world. You can have it all. If you care about it all. Could have been 45 minutes ago. That's okay. Right. Excuse me. I really hope my family wakes up soon. What's happening? Excuse me. Come on. Paragraph here. Oh, my feet are throbbing. I'm feeling it. I need to get more sleep after this. Let's get down to it. We respect everybody's time. We start on time at 10 because we respect your time. Stop metaphysically this time, recording at this time. And if you want to see time fly at 3 o'clock out the window, but most seriously, we'll have one more spirit meetings follow sacred time, empower people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And one more spirit is our intergovernmental adjustment goal flow states for all using universal logic. Hope I said that right. So one more we're gonna the flow roles, executor, flow relationship, better keep things loving strategies, keeping track of goals and ideas, and influencer keeping things blessed and less communicative. So the next part of the meeting is some check-ins. So you can go ahead. Oh no, I'm going to do the blessing right now over those who don't get to eat amazing things like creme brulee, like what I'm eating now, and to those who are having nightmares about what's coming, can't sleep. And I'll tell the children that I'm going to inherit this nightmare. Okay. It's also going to go to those who are going to heal this nightmare, which is us. All right. So with that said, we're going to do a blessing and a guided breath. So think of everything that serves you, your ideal world. Picture it. Picture yourself in it for 6 seconds. Breathe in. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000, 7, 1,000, 8. Oh. Okay, hold it for 2, 3, 1. I'm all over the place. 3, 2, 1, and breathe out everything that doesn't serve you. 4, 3, 2, 1. You tell I'm tired. That's okay. Alright, so we're gonna start with check-ins. As usual, start from 0 to 10. How you doing? And go ahead, Joe. How you doing?
Yeah, 7.4. Just have a bunch of things that I need to get done in the next 2 days. And many of them are pretty important, time sensitive. So I'll be focused on that today. I mean, so 7.4 is probably the.
Okay. Oh, that's what it goes in the chat if you want to use it. Take a look if you want. So
That's a good question. If I'm able to maintain my character and integrity.
Okay. Nice.
That would be the crystal ball question, because then try and focus on changing it. Otherwise, there's no real reason to have the crystal ball.
Is that everything, Joe?
Yeah, just primarily focused on getting a set number of tests done that are really time sensitive that I have to move on. As far as specifically connecting with some people locally here about
you know, the conference and planning and things along those lines. So. As well as just working through the move. But I have a lot to get done today as far as that's another action is concerned, and not that I just, yeah, I'm playing all nighter tonight or tomorrow myself.
Okay. All right. Are you complete? Okay, okay. All right. 24. All right. So I'm feeling like really tired. Holy smokes! I pushed the limit last night. Almost pulled an all-nighter, but I didn't want to. Didn't want to. I'm being sort of kind to myself. I cooked 3 more of my dishes last night, and I have 5 more today, which, you know, do I really need to cook that much? All the other meals I did, though, so I don't want to feel like Gyp France, you know? But it's also like, I want to send a signal to the world's chefs that I'm serious about veganism. And so I don't want to give up on one of the hardest meals, because then it's a sign, like, you know, veganism's not good enough, but it is. Like last night, I tried this creme brulee that I made. It blew my friggin' mind. Like, Joe, I can't believe how tasty. There's almost every single meal.
Do you have a flame?
That's a good question. I actually found one last night. I found a little like a barbecue lighter that I thought was broken, and it actually worked. And I remember trying like 2 years ago, trying to get it to work, and it wasn't working. And then I tried it last night, and it worked. So, yeah, I'm gonna put my little sugar on top, and I'm gonna fry it. And yeah, I'm gonna do that right when I'm gonna eat it. You can't do it like overnight, or else the sugar gets like watery, and then it'll dissolve into your creme brulee.
Yes, you're not diabetic.
No, thank God. It kind of runs in my family, I guess, but they're finding out that diabetes runs as people who just eat bad. You know, like, that's not true. There's like type 1 genetic diabetes and all this, but yeah, my dad has a little bit of diabetes, my grandma, but they were overweight and they ate big animal diets and they abused their bodies. But my grandmother also took a lot of pills too. So yeah, I went and checked for diabetes 3 times during my life, because I thought, like, I get really, really tired in the afternoons when I eat. Not so much anymore, actually, but I still get tired. And yeah, actually, it turns out that I might have a sleep thing going on, which I'm trying to investigate. Oh, so that's a pretty personal answer, but I'm really excited about it, getting that solved. Okay, so I'm feeling like I have to admit, I'm hurting. Not even close to starving though. So like, I'll give myself a 4.9 physically, maybe less, 4.4, maybe 4.1 even. 10 out of 10 spiritual, and overall, I'll give myself a 6.9, or maybe 5.96. Okay, and you said 7.4, right? Right, 7.4. Okay. Oh, I actually broke my laptop last night. One of my buttons doesn't work, and it makes me very sort of angry right now. Oh well. With that said, with Icebreaker, yeah, one skill I wish I had was to inspire people more before it's too late. People are really lost. Really, really lost. Okay, let's make calculate. 20, so we have 44, 45, 46. Okay. So 44 or 42, 46, 30, done. All right, let's go into the core here, Joe. So let's see how you're doing today. Can you get her done? I'll give you the time. Go ahead. You got a minute and 30 seconds.
The core of one world spirit is time compression by having clarity on ego, wisdom, and the problem is the Megacrisis. At the heart is the Megacrisis behind all other crisis and the polycrisis. The Megacrisis in 5 areas: agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit of love, and at the heart of the heart, fragmented consciousness. From the most urgent, the polycrisis is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and the global mental health crisis. And at the root of the solution is the universal logic, empowerment sense, one world spirit, meetings follow sacred time, empowering people to with the rights to flow and using universal tools. One world spirit is an intergovernment with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. And my current blessing level is 3.1. This unpacks simply as old systems were colonial, the present systems are neglectful, and what we're building may look naive but necessary. The implementation is the flow through the flow rules. The executor keeps things fair. The relationship builder keeps things.
You're done. Keep going.
Yeah. The strategist keeps the ideas tracked. The influencer keeps things blessed, and we scale using the flocks. Each of us reaches out to around 28 people we already know with a realistic 37% success rate. We support 6 to 9 people to build their own flocks. This creates an exponential blessing fast enough to stay human in a world where AI is already coding itself.
Yes, and so it is. Did you do all that by memory, or where did you pick up in the script?
No. I didn't really put the time in, to be honest. So, I mean, I probably could, but it wouldn't be done in a minute and 30.
Okay.
So, I mean, the bottom line, yeah, I mean, I can pretty much articulate the whole thing. But, they're
Okay.
a minute 30, a little bit longer than 10.
That's tight.
It's like, it is what it is. I mean, it's just there's stuff I can do. 3 minutes I can do it too, but that's old English in it.
Right, well, I think we're getting better, that's for sure. So with that said, let's move on to the wisdom team. Onto our next adventure. Here we're going to talk about, the universal topics. The particular about this group and the individual wrenches that we might have. So with that said, I guess we'll just really quickly check what's going on with AI today, what bizarreness is going on. I'll burn a little bit of our time. So, very concerning things. Like Marlena put these crazy good links in the chats. It is weird what's going on now. The renting of humans by AI is really a wake-up call. Yeah. Okay, it says on the screen, Alphabet resets the bar for AI infrastructure spending. Really? How much is it spending?
So what?
They're resetting spend, like they're setting new records, I guess. Alphabet announced Wednesday that its capex spend in 2026 could be more than double. Oh well, Google's expectation for increases exceeded Huh. Hyperscaler peers. Okay. So how much is it spending? It's spending 100.
Specifically on it, I'm not sure exactly how much the resources are dedicated to AI. I mean, it's obviously the most important part, but still, as a company, we're going to.
Holy crap! Hundreds of billions of dollars. Um, Amazon reports that Thursday analysts expect the companies that capex for 2023 have to close at about 124 billion, 146 billion. Okay. With customer demand for AI services, so yeah.
Yeah, they're mostly getting into the infrastructure space. You know, that's where their major play is. So they've signed that deal with OpenAI. They have other deals that are going on. I mean, they, as far as building foundational models, I'm not sure where they are on that. But I know that they were making a little bit of a retreat to a pure infrastructure play.
A retreat, like whoever owns infrastructure. You know.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, what they're banking on is the need to support the infrastructure for AI. That everybody else is in a race, and that race is, intense. So sometimes it pays to do what you do well and make sure that you can provide the infrastructure for the people that are racing to have,
Okay. Very interesting. All right. Well, it's not slowing down. It just said here that Gemini is at 750 million. They increased their user base by 100 million since last month. So is there an AI bubble? No, there's not an AI bubble because it's useful.
Well, there's a sell-off outside of Google. If you looked at it a little bit more deeply, outside those traditional stocks that are actually pouring tons of money into it, there's a sell-off on AI stocks. I'll send you an article on that.
Okay.
There's a retreat towards more traditional forms of investments.
Yeah. I think those people are going to lose. Well, we're all going to lose. AI is literally taking over.
Well, I mean, I think AI. There's a distinction here to be made, and it's really not. It's that it's not that nuanced actually. It's just that major players are going to be able to stay, and the ones that are just doing, these startups that are not necessarily that require an intense amount of capital to start, that they don't have the advantage of Google. I mean, this is a major company endeavor for places like, it can't be a startup that's going to come up with AGI. I mean, it could be, but it's a little bit it's highly unlikely. It'll more likely come from the individuals that are incumbents, unfortunately. It's just too intense.
It is intense. Okay, well, maybe they'll sell off some of them, but it's not going anywhere.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be as revolutionary as everybody thinks, but it's just not going to be people that are just funding these companies that are startups are not necessarily going to come out on top. The interesting point too is also I'd be very interested to see it was only 1 day sell-off, but I would be very interested to see what Anthropic's legal tool can do. There was a sell-off on some of the more traditional companies in that space, but we'll see. In the Nasdaq scene, I think at least I don't know, was it yesterday or today? Like the largest 2-day drop in a long time.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we've seen enough that this is starting to get bizarre. All right. Looks like India's IT industry is being destroyed by AI the most because India was relying on it, right? So, all right. That's all we need to really see for now. I don't want to spend too much time on the Universal unless there's something shocking. So
yeah, I mean, I'll just say one other thing is that that the way this is being rolled out is pretty fragmented. For what you just actually maybe mentioned, is that how there's disruptions in industries, like the legal industry to a certain extent, or Tuesday. Yet, you know, that there's still other issues that exist, you know, as far as economically are concerned. So that there's a real problem. Because you're going to have this incredibly disruptive technology, yet, you know, there's groups of individuals that are so far behind that, you know, it's impossible to catch up. So that's a major problem.
it is. It's a major problem. There's another article here, like when you're taking pictures, iPhone is watching your pictures and it fills in the pictures for you. Whoa. Weird. All right. Man, this is bizarre, Joe. This is bizarre.
Doesn't mean it's not a risk. I mean, it means it's risk, but just not a risk from just a small group.
Okay. All right. Well, it's clear what's happening. So,
But that's pretty much, yeah, it's still on topic.
okay. Well, let's go on here. We're almost halfway through the meeting already. I want to show you a couple of things on the particular side. One thing is this other guy who's streaming 24/7. This Jewish guy. I've been in his room, his Discord room, but we got into a nuclear dialectic about his religion and me being the Messiah. He said, "There's absolutely no way you can be the Messiah." So when I was looking into it, and it's like they had a guy say that he was the Messiah back in like the 1600s, and he convinced a lot of people. I mean, his name was Avri or Asvi, I think, and it spread like wildfire.
Good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it spread like wildfire.
That you can do it. I mean, I just think that you have to get people to listen. That's all. So it's not a bad strategy conceptually. It's just that, you know, that, and I'd be surprised. I mean, you know, there's obviously different Jewish perspectives on God. It's not obviously like that. You know, that would be much difficult undertaking, but I mean, it can be done. I mean, it's just a question of if this is the most effective way in order to get people to listen. I mean, and as I mentioned in the past, timetable, like, you know, I know you cite Christianity as something that's successful, yeah, but the timetable wasn't overnight. You don't necessarily have that type of time. Things like that.
How do you plan to do it then, Joe?
I mean, I still think that you can do it. I'm just saying that it depends on how you frame it. That's all. I would, you know, I think most effective way is going to be uh, policymakers. If you're talking about really curtailing the risk of AI.
Okay. Well, I don't see any way of making global change without it. Because what will happen is, even if we do the flock strategy, eventually you're going to get to a place where people are like, well, is this about God? Is this blah, blah, blah? It'll eventually just turn down to, oh, I don't want to be a part of this because it's not my religion. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's where you have to actually, kind of get those boundaries to disappear. So, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that because it's obviously there's no unifying ethics at this point.
Right. So, but when I looked it up with this guy, was the Messiah? There's a group that I'm interested in looking at now called the Don May or something like that. There's a group still in Turkey, I think. We need to reach out to those guys. Shabete 3, and he converted to Islam because they were going to kill him, and they treated it as a sacred thing. There's 200 families, but my point is, people were so desperate for it. It spread like wildfire so fast that they couldn't contain it, and that's what will happen. Is it will spread incredibly fast once people believe that it's happening, and pretty soon, with AI, people will start to, I think, realize that they're looking for something godly. So anyway, it worked. It worked in the past. It spread very quickly, and they didn't have social media, and they didn't have instant connection. They didn't have anything. It spread across like all of Europe. It went like crazy. So that's what could happen now, but we gotta push that.
But do you see social media as a double-edged sword?
Yes, that's why we're using the flock strategy too. But when we're communicating personally with somebody across the planet, it's literally dialing a phone number now. Right? So instead of having to travel across Europe and then by cart or something like that, or sending a messenger that takes a month or whatever, you can do it literally in 10 seconds. So
sure.
What used to take...
That's what my conference is about.
Yeah. So I don't think your conference is going to work, Joe, to be honest. I think you're going to have a cool time. I think you're going to make a lot of friends and feel popular, but it isn't going to do anything. So I think honestly, Joe, I think it's for your ego. I think you need to feel significant because you didn't have any children. And you need to get all these guys respecting you because you respect them for some reason. But let's get real. It's for yourself. It's not for the children of the world who are starving right now. It's not real. You're not getting uncomfortable. You're doing what you want to do. So I don't even feel like talking about it.
Okay, I'm just saying that's what it's about. I mean, you mentioned specifically the way information travels and how that actually has an impact on people's judgment, and that's what I'm just mentioning. So I wasn't bringing it up.
I think it's a waste of time. I think it's taking your time. I think it's taking away from this. And you've already made it clear 3 times you don't want to do any of the core stuff in it. So I'm like, what a waste. It's a waste. I'm just being honest with you. Huh?
I know. It's fine.
But think about the children. Like, imagine you were them. Like, how angry would you be at you right now for not doing anything real, and you know it's not real, and you have the capacity to do something real.
As far as children are concerned?
No, not feeding children. Actually changing the world and the future that they're going to inherit on multiple fronts. Right? Like, it's not real. I don't know, why would you do it if it's not real? If it has no chance to actually change anything, we're just ego stroking and spending thousands of dollars on plane rides for feeling good about these people who are already privileged and should be doing God's work and not this ego work. That's what it is. It's ego work. So it doesn't make sense why you wouldn't listen to me, Joe. I don't understand. I'm making the sacrifice.
Listening.
Right? And nobody else is making the sacrifice. Why would I invest in you? All that I'm doing is supporting a future tyrant. If you're not willing to die for something, you're going to become a tyrant and kill other people. Right? You're going to justify it in some kind of way. So, oh, that person is evil. That person's a criminal. That person didn't do good. That blah, blah, blah. Oh, whatever. The mind, the ego has a million
that
of them.
absolute insanity is a problem. I guarantee you that.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I just think that, calling somebody a criminal, I mean, that's not even necessarily that's kind of your own circumstances or how they were raised or things along those lines. I mean, that's almost like a terminology that's like divisive.
Which part is divisive?
Not just calling somebody a criminal.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
an absolutist in the sense that that's what you are.
Yeah. That's right.
I mean, and it's like, is that what that person is, really?
Right.
So that's assigning something that's actually not necessarily aligned to justice.
And you know what, Joe? Like, I just want to be super honest with you. Right? I was gonna entertain doing time on this conference thing, but then I remember the Stoic proof of truth, and you didn't do it. So like, when you say that you're not gonna do it, I believe you. It's like you're not gonna do any core.
No, I mean, that's fine.
Right? Like, there was a part of me that's like, oh, he's gonna warm up to it, and we're gonna talk a bit, and we're gonna strategize, and you're gonna incorporate. I don't think you're going to. I think you're gonna stay in your bubble. So it's incredibly frustrating that nobody is really doing anything real. Do you know what I mean? It's like, why can't I inspire you to take a real chance? Yeah. I am doing something real. Yeah, but why don't you think that?
I think that there isn't just one approach.
Okay, well, I've already said if you have a better strategy.
To that point, I mean, I think that if you get to that point, then that's where we have a lot of division.
Well, here's the thing: is I already challenged you, right? And said, okay, if you think you have a better strategy, what is it?
I would say that spending money on that doesn't necessarily constitute actually good. That's just an example.
Yeah, Joe, what we learned with that, I agree with you. What we learned with that is that it's a big scam industry that probably would have got me more connections, but I made them angry at the end because I found out that their business model was exploitive. No, I wasn't aware of this haughty world.
Was exploitive.
What they told me was that you would get a couple of calls from CEOs from the magazine, and that would basically get you funding.
I'm talking about the industry itself. You were unaware of that?
I thought that these people were good Christians and that these people were going to do something real. And it still might. Like, I'm not going to give up on it. But you're right. It's taking too long, and it went 4 months. So you were right, Joe, is that...
Well, no, it's a question of... I mean, it's also the fact that you got to be careful because obviously Christians do a lot of bad things.
No,
So,
I still think it's going to come in and do something hopefully important. But the fact that they delayed the magazine for like 3 or 4 months when they knew I was trying on a Hungerstrike just shows the character's not there. I think that Heather woman is very good, but she must have her hands tied. So, yeah, the magazine thing did not go at the pace that we wanted. Like, this universe seems to be in the worst case scenario.
bullets, Mark.
But I'm still happy that we made the investment, to be honest, because that's an important lesson to be learned.
But when
And-
you have a few bullets, you can't miss.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm still glad. I'm still glad it happened because it's still helping out. But I'm saying that we need to do something real. And you're pointing out, well, your strategy's not working. Well, the magazine was never the main part of the strategy. It was something they had funding in.
Well, no, it was guaranteed. Remember the exact wording, but I mean, either way, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, even surely the mere time that it took to actually publish what that is. I don't want to keep bringing that up because it isn't fair either. I mean, I'm not going to be like, point to that one thing all the time. That would be completely unjust, and not only necessarily could be not necessarily even accurate. You know, there's a lot of things in the circumstances that may not have, you know, given you an opportunity to, or given it an opportunity to maybe need it to serve. I'm just simply pointing out that it's, you know, when you have a few bullets in the gun and that's it, you can't shoot blanks. And it seems like that's what we're doing a little bit. So I don't think that there's one way, only one way. I mean, I think that's a little too stringent.
So I asked you for a strategy, and you picked one detail that didn't work out exactly how we planned. You know what I learned from that? What I learned from that is the flock strategy actually is the only way. So that's what I learned from it is all these other opportunities that are coming past me, I'm not focusing on them at all. It's all like, I've got like 50 other proposals for these magazines, and it's like, oh, they're all wasteful. The only strategy is getting this small little core group going and saying, hey, he's a top 100 inventor. So it is very important. It makes me sound like somebody, even though it's I gave everything. I got screwed over by the society because we're in a toxic mess. So, but it's still working its magic. I still think it's going to help us. It's just that the main lesson there is it's going to be the flock strategy.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, I'm showing up to the LMs. Could be need to focus on what you have, what you don't, versus what you don't.
So what is the strategy that you have that's better than this one?
I mean, I think part of it is getting, the people, if you're talking about starting something that's like a real government, then getting people that can actually assess the documents that govern us.
Yeah, but I mean, where's the timelines? Where's the real plan? What can you do?
My timeline is not necessarily, I'm only able to get so fast. Not any necessarily any worse than what we've been doing. So,
You can tell I'm cranky, right? I'm exhausted. He's picking a bone with me because he was really nice and helped me in the past, and these people were exploited because they're desperate, right? We can rail on them as much, but they're just people who are trying to maintain lifestyles and feel significant while they're becoming insignificant. So I'm cranky. But it was an important lesson. Like my original intuition that the flock strategy is the only way was proven by that. For me, that's proof. There's not a point in spending a single dime on anything other than these ELMs. And that's a tough call for me because there's real opportunities coming now. And ordinary people pay for these things. But it's just not, even if it worked, it doesn't go fast enough. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Yep. And remember, like when we're making plans, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So like it didn't really go totally outside of what I was expecting to have happen. Part of me was wondering, I wonder what this world is like, and now we know. And there still might be a CEO call coming. There might be people watching this. Like I'm getting like 100 people. There's like quite a few people watching my channel still, and it could be by the magazine. But when we were buying into that, you know my motto, right?
Yeah. Prepare for the worst, plan in all directions.
Yeah, so like hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Like so hoping for the best was that magazine was going to do what they said. We were going to get a call from a CEO back in October, and we were going to get you a supporter that would give 100 grand, and you would give 100 grand, and we'd all you get 200 grand. Everybody would support, and we would take off like wildfire. That was the hope for the best situation. The worst case scenario that I was prepared for was that it was a complete scam. They took our money, didn't print the magazine, and gave us nothing. Lesson learned. So that's the real worst case scenario. The fact that a physical magazine came into my mail yesterday. Huh?
I just got back in, and I'm in here twice. How am I in here twice?
There's a bug with the IP tracking of Google Meets, I think. So you know, like.
And then but I just got dropped off, got kicked out, and then I rejoined. And now there's two of me in here.
Yeah, you can just log out and log back in if you want.
It says now it says now Joseph left the call. So it must have been somebody else listed. I don't know, whatever.
Okay, so I'm gonna draw a line. I'm gonna draw a strong line. Like this whole magazine experience went better than the worst case scenario. I did get to meet an amazing editor. I was able to convince her to do the magazine how I wanted to do it. Right? She did make the article with the Messiah in it, and we can send it around the world now. So
yeah, but I mean, by your own admission, it didn't work out. I mean,
it didn't work out best case scenario. That's right. It didn't work out best case scenario. But very rarely do I actually prepare for it to work out the best case scenario.
I think the bigger problem is that also the timetable that you're executing on. That's also an issue, right? I mean, we don't have a lot of time, Byron.
Yeah, but like think about it. If like the best case scenario didn't happen, that's true. But the strategy hasn't fundamentally changed. The strategy was always the flock strategy is the only realistic option. This little thing could have boosted the money so that I didn't have to take a big risk with my life. That's really what it was about. Was that you got scared, you didn't want to give 100 grand, right? We thought this could be a way to raise some extra money, and it didn't change our strategy at all. The real strategy was to do the flocks. That was just a funding avenue for what? The flocks. So there's never been a deviation of direction, but these guys are the best option that there is for this kind of world, and it still might work out, right? We still might get that call from a CEO that says, hey, I saw the magazine, I want to invest in your thing. There's also a couple of people in there that I had looked at that I might contact to join us. Like all those people, there's 60 people in there that they already vetted, that we could just contact and say, hey, I'm in the magazine with you, and it gives you a perfect opener. Say, hey, I'm in the magazine with you, do you want to do something together? And they might say, oh, you're the Messiah guy? And like, how did you convince this woman? How did you convince Heather to put you in like that? And then I'll tell them. So that's a lot of the middle ground, not the best case, not the worst case. We're still in the middle ground with this magazine. But the timelines are definitely stretched out. But everything is backed up. The fact that they released it at all is a good sign. But now it's just reinforced that we have to focus on the flocks and growing them. And you're right, getting my family in here. But we got to get the ultras going. So you doing the actual florals instead of that example, Joe, I think is the best use of your time. I think your conference is going to take hundreds and thousands of dollars from you, which could be spent on this, and it's not going to go anywhere.
Not even close.
What are you talking about?
No, not really.
What do you mean, not really how?
It'll probably cost
$10,000 is what I'm thinking.
well, even less than the cost that it would actually to rent the place. It would cost less than anything I've given here.
But I don't like really.
needs to get replaced. I mean, that's just the start. So,
Yeah.
not as much time.
Yeah.
Again, if you're changing a governance structure, then you have to look at what exists to get where you want it to be. So,
Well, I just hope you keep coming in here, Joe.
I will. Absolutely. There's no chance I won't.
And then doing the actual flow roll so we can inspire people to come in. Like if you and Marlena
I'll
actually
do
do
it
the
as
rolls,
much as I can, but again, as I said,
we'll cancel the conference. Like you don't need to be putting in hundreds of hours into that.
no, it's like working on them in the mornings. Like, that's the only time you're having it, right?
The bigger ones, but I want to be making more progress on them. And I think this
What's the project timeline on this ultra strategy?
Well, I'm innovating every day, right? Like we're learning something every day. And yesterday was the best meeting that we had so far, and
Innovating in relation to
getting it so that the meetings will flow properly, right? So like what we learned yesterday was that the 10-minute, like people didn't come in 10 minutes early. And it's because I didn't do the launch list. And I'm like, oh, the launch lists are actually necessary. And using the flux strategy to do it so I don't burn out was the big key detail. Because I'm like getting overwhelmed, right? And I can't keep, go ahead.
If you're looking for perfection, then that's probably not going to be something that ever becomes. Believe me, unfortunately, I know about that. The thing is that what is the timeline to actually get something done? Not reimagine the meeting.
No, the meeting really is everything. Like that's why I stopped almost everything and just did the meeting. I'm not in school anymore. Like it's just a couple of little things with the court cases. Which,
I realize it is.
Why are you cutting me off? Like go ahead, say what you want to say, but actually let me get the idea out. Go ahead.
Because I realize that it is. Like you're not answering my question. Is that I realize it's essential, but there has to be an end date of some sort.
And I gave it to you already. Right? Right? Like I told you what it is, right?
When this will be put into implementation and stop being learning phase?
Yeah.
Where is that? When is that?
I told you we need you to help us carry us through for 2 more months of this. Maximum is what it feels like. Right? My intuition is saying that
I've already said it. I said after 2.5 years, I think there has to be an alternative, sustainable model. And I don't think after that amount of time, that's unreasonable.
Well, since you've been in here, it's only been like a year ago. It's only been a year or
It's a
two.
little longer than that, actually.
Really? When did we meet?
It was about March of 23.
March of 2023. Has it been 2 years? Let me see here.
Coming up on 2 years, Dave? Yep.
March. Oh my gosh. Well, I've been working on this for technically 10 years because we were trying to perfect our meetings since like 2011. Yeah. Because I feel like we're Thomas Edison and we're on revision 900, and like he invented the light bulb roughly 1,000 times, or so the story goes. So that's.
And he had J.P. Morgan just back.
Yeah, but I technically have J.P. Morgan backing me too. They just got to actually see the product work. He had a whole history of success by this point, but he was doing normal inventions. I'm not working on a normal time scale. So with the light bulb analogy, I think we're on iteration. If we actually invent the proper ELM that can be the seed of critical mass, and let's say 1,000 is where we achieve it, I think we're on 968 is what my intuition just came up with out of nowhere. So we have what, 32 or whatever more, 34 more implementations, which I think at 2 a day, the 2 months feels about right, because the meeting last night showed me that we need to start doing the launch list. Like in the bigger meetings, you can get away with 5 minutes before meeting in the mid, high, whatever, right? The base ones. But when you get into ultra, there's so much chaos that you need 10 minutes to have the strategist position people. Like this whole positioning thing just came up like 4 days ago, right? It's like, okay, well, if somebody doesn't put their name in the self-assemblage of the Herculean checklist, how do we get them, and they actually show up? How do we, and we say 10 minutes before the meeting is the deadline, and they show up right at 10 minutes, when they're not allowed to put their name in the list anymore because it's too chaotic. Well, how do we do this? And I thought, well, why doesn't the strategist put the names in, and then and then what's the criterion for the strategist? Well, if they're already accredited in that role, then you don't want to put them there because then it's going to be an honorary blessing. But if they're late, and they end up making honorary blessings, then they don't get paid. They just get honorary blessings because they didn't respect the process. And it kind of all just kind of clicked. And even this idea of self-assembly kind of clicked just this week. Like all this great stuff has happened and it's working, right? Like we almost self-assembled completely yesterday. And even when people were late, and now we know that we need to confirm for tomorrow. And we had 11 people show up. And if you are able to show up, yeah, I mean, what if you did show up to work? Like if you just did the first half an hour and the second half an hour you started driving your car, I wonder if that's feasible every second day. But I think hold on, let me finish. I think the main...
Even that, let me ask you something.
Well,
if I dedicated as much as you'd asked, right, from the get-go, there wouldn't even be the potential for funding.
For what? Well, there was, right? You would have sold the house and... Go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There wouldn't have been the potential if I dedicated as much time as you'd said. And that wasn't enough mine to sell up until 6 months ago.
What do you mean exactly?
I couldn't sell my place.
Because of your mom, right?
So, no, that's where I was caring for.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, well, we're on fudge time. We actually did a... We,
I'm just saying.
we spoke...
I think if we...
Go ahead.
Okay.
We actually spoke the exact same amount of time, 25 minutes. We're burning 4 minutes of fudge time, so we actually had equal speaking time, which is pretty cool. So that means we're both equal speakers. That's kind of neat that we naturally respect each other's time, which is kind of cool, even though we're cutting each other off a little bit.
Even though I dropped off at one point, and then back in here, I don't know.
Yeah, but I was burning my time when that was happening.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Even though, whatever.
Okay, so my last point, though, to answer you is, if you put in your full time into this and stop doing the conference, which is going to be a waste of time, like, I actually don't even think it's necessary. I actually do think just this flock strategy is needed. Like, I don't even know if I'm excited about doing the conference the way I wanted to do it, which is the proper core, right? I still don't think, like, the magazine thing woke me up. I'm like, man, what a waste. Unless it's one massive ELM, it really is just a waste. I think the ELM is going to turn into the conference anyway, because people will get excited. I think once we reach 36 people, I think we're going to start to have emergent effects happen that don't happen at 12 people or 10 people or whatever. So my intuition is saying that the first weekend where we have this mastered will be the one where we're all at it. Nobody's driving to work. Nobody's doing anything. Right? You're actually all present, and we do the roles fully. And
I'm in the office anyway. Doesn't matter. I'm on my phone.
What do you mean?
I'm in the office with very little connection.
No, I mean on the weekend. weekend on a Saturday and Sunday morning?
Absolutely. There are some of the most important commitments.
God. Are they going anywhere?
Yeah.
They are.
Ethical culture.
What time does that one start? That starts like 7 in the morning?
No, it starts, what would be for you, 9, but then there's before that, there's Unitarians. Before that, there's Quakers.
Yeah, so that's 2 hours after the ELM. The ELM starts at 9 o'clock your time, and then you have 2 hours.
Unitarian.
What's that?
Unitarian
Okay, what about the Unitarians?
group. Unitarian?
You cut out there for a second. What do you say?
In the chat.
Yeah, I think having a godly ELM, a 36-person ELM with a mass action, feels like the first point where it'll take off, but I need to get my meal cooked. I need to get LinkedIn solved. They're blocking my LinkedIn. We would have had more people, but they're blocking my LinkedIn. So that was an unexpected blockage, and Usman isn't using the advertisement to attract more people, and he's not giving me an update, which that always means that there's something going on in his life, something a little messed up. But this Rimshaw and Pabiha might actually be the godly sort of ticket here to getting a bunch of amazing people on board, and more affordably than Nigeria, right? So that was kind of a godsend. So, yeah. So I don't know why you can't come to the ELMs in the mornings if these Unitarians and the other ones are like starting at like 11 o'clock your time.
So 9 o'clock my time, 7 o'clock yours.
Oh, so you changed. Okay.
And then it's 9 o'clock here.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, it's the top of the hour, but my intuition says 2 months. I think on a weekend, probably not this weekend, but the next weekend or the weekend after is where we're going to have a godly ELM, because I'll be starving, because I'll be finished my meal by then, and it's going to start getting serious. So I think, Joe, if you ran it on your LinkedIn, that'd be kind of cool, but they're blocking mine. But yeah, if anything, I feel like we're Yeah, I think all those ethical groups aren't going to make it. I think they're going to come in once we get the flock going. I think they're going to be a part of your flock and other people's flocks. That's it. I would love to have a Quaker on the crew, on somebody's flock. I think Quakers are really interesting people, like super pure-hearted. I would love to have. Yeah, actually, that's maybe a message for this meeting right now, Joe. It's like, who would be the one Quaker you would want to bring onto your flock, if you know anybody. But yeah, I think the big thing for this meeting is I think I decided that I'm not interested in the conference. Like even me planning it, I'm not. I'm just interested in the ELMs now. I actually don't see any way forward.
That's completely. I think that's advice. But
And if you want to change it to be a big ELM, right? You'll just be bridging up what we're doing in the meetings right now. It'll just be like a physical version. That's the only way I think it'll be interesting for me. Is it's an actual, not even just doing the core with random sessions, but it has to be an ELM, like one big 3-day ELM. That's 24 hours long. Even when you're sleeping, you're burning sacred time or something. I don't know. I'm thinking about it, but that's what, if I do plan a conference, that's what it will be. It's just an ELM, which is solidifying. Yeah, it's solidifying right now. So I didn't want to cover what I wanted to cover, which is the priority list and all that other stuff you asked about. I wanted to cover that, but we can do that tonight or tomorrow. But I think this is an important detail that, yeah, you're right. You kind of jabbing me a bit about the magazine really made me realize I'm not interested in that. I think it will attract the CEO last minute, but I think we're tightening up ship here. Okay, so Joe, if you want to put a song in the chat, great. This other marketing guy has come in here, and they sort of left me a little bit high and dry too, because they want me to spend money on this, and I'm not going to spend money, Riyadh, but I like you. But Joe, good meeting. Thank you for letting me talk. And yeah, we are a fairly decent team, even when we're kind of cranky, like I'm cranky right now. I still enjoy working with you a lot. So if you want to put a song in the chat, I'll play it. If you want to overhear it, and then if you want to stay for Riyadh, go ahead. If you have to go to work, I'm just glad you take the time to come in.
appreciate it. All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, peace. Okay, so Riyadh, you've come in here, and I've already told you we're not going to pay you anything unless you can prove your approach works. So how are you doing? Let me know what the story is. How can I help you? Are you there, Riyadh? If you want to type in the chat, if your English isn't good enough, you can type in the chat. Okay, he's gone. All right. It's building, but we are like not the worst case scenario, not the best case scenario. We're towards the lower. We're heading towards the worst case scenario, but there's still a crack open. So if you're watching my YouTube right now, um, that's what I'm gunning for. And this magazine, I'm happy it came out. Like it wasn't really a scam, but it was a desperate magazine that I think is being phased out by AI. And I think they underestimated it. These Christians underestimated it in New York City. And I think that Heather, if you ever end up watching this or somebody passes it by her, I really felt connected to her. Like she really felt divine. So I think she's got to make a miracle happen within that company. Otherwise, I'm glad we didn't spend a lot of time on it. Like we didn't. We spent some money on it, which could have went towards the ELMs, but at the time we were spending so much money on these Pakistanis that didn't appreciate it. Turns out, and they abandoned anyway. So I'm happy we didn't spend the $7,000 on that. It went towards this magazine or whatever, 4,000, whatever it was. So yeah. Oh, I wonder, are my streams? But this is what change looks like. It's not all hunky dory. It's holding on to each other. And Joe's holding on to me, and I'm holding on to him too. That's what I'm recognizing is unusual here. Uh, how come people are coming into my chats when I'm sleeping? There's more people coming in when I'm sleeping than when I'm awake. It's really interesting what's going on with our species, but yeah. Okay, so I have to restart the stream in an hour and a half. Hmm. I'm feeling very tired, a little too tired to get back into cooking. So what can I do for another hour? I might try and start my stream right at 9 o'clock instead of 9:30 and see if the views get better. But the ELMs really are the focus. And speaking of that, I'm going to catch up with them.
Okay, great, Esther. Yeah, Usman doesn't like to pay at all, and Rimsha wants to get paid now, which is bizarre for her to ask. So we'll see if they show up on tomorrow. We need to start confirming with people, but you don't have anybody else in your flux. You only have to confirm yourself. Ebu Betchi is the one that sort of recruited everybody, so I'm gonna try and get her to get everybody to confirm. I'm talking to you. You're on her flock, so I shouldn't technically be crossing boundaries, but in these early stages, we're just experimenting with all this, and you're sort of our strongest and most reliable person, except when it comes to recruiting people, which is the big thing I want to pay for, right? So I think what's going to have to happen is play to people's strengths, which is your strength is not really influencer, right? It's hard for you to influence people, and that might be because your Pareto categories in that area might be not as strong, and that's not your fault. That's not anybody's fault. That's just the universe we're in. But you have very strong cognitive and like loyalty skills. You recognize. I feel like you recognize what's important when it comes to the work. But if we don't recruit people, right, then we're not going to grow either. So everybody's going to play an essential role. So if we had you trained up, right, leading the charge in terms of, you get paid if you upgrade, but I structured it in such a way that you can't upgrade unless you get more people. Like I'm still figuring this out. So with Ultra, you can't get accredited to hold your own Ultra meeting unless you are accredited in all the roles, like all of them at Ultra level, right? You can't just do one role and then try and host a meeting. Maybe in an emergency, we'll let somebody who's doing Ultra handle it. Or we can switch it so that if you're trained to do it, you can do it at Ultra, but if you don't have enough people or you're not accredited, then after like the level that you're accredited to, which is like mid-level, the rest are honorary blessings. That's another way to do it. That idea just hit me just now. Because you're still doing the work and it's still counting towards something, towards my payment, right? Because you guys doing the blessings is allowing me to eat. And that feels like a very important component to me. Like my intuition is saying that has to happen. Because every great leader in history made some kind of sacrifice like that. Every great one that actually changed the world in a major way. And we need to make a major change, Esther. The fact that my hunger strike has gone on for so long is, or that this meal, like meal 18, is taking me forever. There's a mystical thing happening. So I'm getting very close to finishing it. But then I'm going to be back on the hunger strike. So in a way, the hunger strike, like honorary blessings, is a payment to me for making the sacrifice. For things I'm going to get back, right? Like losing my hair, losing my skin elasticity. I'm paying a very large physical price that if CRISPR and these genetic anti-aging things don't work, I'm setting myself up for a painful life because of a superficial society we're in. But for me, we're already in a superficial society, so it's worth taking the risk. What am I saying here? I'm saying that we'll have to pay you to get trained up until like the amount of people we have. Like I haven't had time to think this all out. There's so much to do. I've been focusing on core a little bit and just getting back on the hunger strike with the meal and cooking. But after 2 days, like maybe on the weekend, on Saturdays when I sort of want everybody to come, Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, so if we had you trained and paid everybody to bring people on, or no, we can't pay them to get people on board because Nigeria is too expensive, so we have to go to Pakistan. But if you guys got on LinkedIn or ran these advertisements in Nepal, Bangladesh, we recruited people from there for our initial flock members. We just need to get to 36 people. So that means if everybody on the team brought on 3 more people, we would make it. So we each need to recruit 3 people. And Usman is doing this weird thing where he's not doing the work. But yesterday, Rimshaw didn't really. Oh yeah, Usman did do a flow roll, didn't he? Yeah, we need to stick on Usman.
I need to be staying on Usman. He's in my flock. I was thinking maybe I should put Usman in your flock. You watch over him. um, that would change things. And the weird thing about Usman, oh, this is a 5-minute recording already. Okay, the weird thing about Usman, I'm thinking out loud is what's happening. Usman is still with me after many people would have given up by now. And I think he's had dreams of the Messiah. He's had dreams, or there's something going on where he's divinely tuned in. So I don't want to let go of him just yet this way. So we still have another, there's still a little bit of money left to get these next ELMs done. And I think we're going to do the rolls and we're just going to figure out who deserves what pay again. But we need to start getting 12 people going. So yeah, if you can put a confirmation in the main chats and just let people know that you're doing it, then it builds momentum. So you'll confirm once in the group chat, and then you'll say confirm for ELM number 8, which starts tomorrow. All right, you'll say tomorrow at Nigerian time or Mountain Standard Time, and then you're gonna confirm a second time with Ebubechi. You're gonna say, okay, I'm confirmed to come Ebubechi, and then Ebubechi is supposed to tell me on my flock. And that's called a chain of command in the military. And hierarchies can be scary if you don't have good leaders, but they're scary if you don't have chains of command too, because it ends up in this melee craziness. So our hierarchy circles back around with the rights to flow and protects everybody. That's what's missing from the current structures around the world. So what I'll say is maybe I should release the payments. But to be honest though, Esther, you also are doing double rolls and you shouldn't be. You should only be doing one. And you and Ebubechi sort of broke that rule, whereas everybody else is only doing one roll at Ultra. And you shouldn't be splitting your time. You should be doing that Ultra roll at a very deep level. So all the extra time you have in the meeting should be going towards that. And as I'm saying this, a new idea, newness mula is what I'm going to call it, is I'm going to start, I think the ratings, I think when we're doing the feedback, we're going to give numbers instead of just base, whatever, like we're going to say, oh, that was a 7 out of 10, that was a 6 out of 10, that was an 8 out of 10. And we might make it so that even if you do the task, if it's like under an 8, you don't get paid, right? Or it's an honorary blessing if it's under an 8. And that will come into judgment, but there'll be appeals. Like the next part of the meeting is going to be appeals on those rating systems. Okay, and you can start to see how it's like developing into like a full court system, like a full like, it's incredible. Everything is happening all at once instead of it being in the right way, instead of it being all separated into these chunky, broken pieces of fragments. So in the next ELM, maybe that's what we'll do for ultras is we'll rate them out of 10, whereas the other ones can be more just general feedback because they're simple, right? The ultras though, and then the godlies they get ratings because it's about quality, right? So well, we will eventually have to like create those standards and be like, well, what does count as an actual high performance of this task? So, okay, so with that said, should I allow you to make 370 blessings more than others when you were technically breaking the rules of the ultras? Well, let's see how Rimsha does tomorrow. Let's see if she actually gets finished. Like if she'll lead the meeting. Usman will help with that. And maybe you should be on the exec. Well, you're already accredited at Ultra, so technically Ebubechi should do one of those roles and get accredited at Ultra. And then she would watch Usman, and Usman would watch Rimsha. And then I would like you to accredit at for strategists. Like we need the strategist, somebody really good at the strategist. So maybe you should do strategist. Like pick it and you know what? Yeah, that feels perfect. So perfect. Okay. So practically speaking, here's how we're gonna end this call. You be the strategist tomorrow because we need somebody to place people. Like if we all come in at 10 minutes, so people haven't put their name in the sheet, right? You place them as the strategist. And the strategist is supposed to be the person who has the least amount of honorary blessings. Or maybe we should say the most amount, which you would have, I think. You are Usman at this point. And then you come in and then you place everybody and then you make sure they do their role, right? That would be kind of a cool thing to do tomorrow.
So confirm that you're able to make it right, and you'll be the first person, like the executor and the strategist are turning out to be very essential. So it's almost like the strategist actually has to come almost first because they're going to place everybody, or everybody self-assembles, right? And then based off these very simple rules, if they want to make money, don't do a roll they've already done. And then you would place everybody else who come like after 10 minutes. So like at, in my time, right, it's 6:51, right? 9 minutes before the hour. That's where you're going to start positioning people and, like, hey, you showed up. We didn't put your name in, so as long as they show up on time, then you can put their name in. If they show up late, they can't even take a roll. You don't place them. Or they can do honorary blessings and not get paid. Yeah, that's actually what we can do, is we can give them the option. That's another idea. We give them the option. Okay, you showed up 1 minute late. You can still take a roll and we can do an ultra, but it'll be honorary blessings for you and everybody else it'll be paid. That's actually what we could do. Oh my gosh, that actually worked. Oh, that might work. That'll put a lot of pressure on people to say, hey, like we were relying on you. You're here late. Yeah, you know the rules. Everybody else was here on time. So if you don't stay, then nobody else gets to do ultra. So if they decide they're going to leave and not do honorary blessings, right? Then the whole team's going to be like, okay, well, that person, they didn't show up on time and they don't want to be a team player. Because it's kind of a price you pay. Is like if you show up late, you still got to do the blessings in terms of social cohesion, because everybody else showed up on time, right? Let's do that actually. So if you can be the strategist tomorrow, get ready to start placing people at 1 minute past. If they show up late, you have to give them the option to not do the roll at all, or to do it honorarily, knowing that means it's not paid. So the rest of us who showed up on time can do an ultra. Yeah, but then the question is, what if they're resentful and they say they're going to do it and then they don't do it and everybody's doing ultra? Well, then everybody does the rolls and then they don't get paid. And yeah. Okay, this is actually coming together. All right, so I'm talking out loud, Esther, but we're literally inventing the systems on the go through conversation. And I'm exhausted. I've had 3 hours of sleep. I tried to finish my meal last night, so I'm burning the candle at both ends a little bit, and I got to be careful because I don't want to burn out. But I think this is a very good conversation, and I appreciate you, Esther, a lot. You're right. It would send people a big signal that you got paid $160, but you did it by breaking the rules. Like if everybody else knew that they could take multiple roles, I'm pretty sure Sahan and others might have did it, or so that's what I'm trying to figure that out. So let's all talk about it tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get my meals done today and I'll be able to say to tomorrow that I'm back on the Hungerstrike. But we'll see if Rimsha and them, like there's something weird with Pakistan. It's like they don't actually do the job. It's like you always have to pay before the job is done. And I'm not sure if there's some kind of Pakistani, like Muslim article saying that don't finish the work until the pay is there. Yeah, don't. Is there something in Islam where you, when hired, don't finish the work properly all the way until payment is given? Let's see. AI says, yes, there is a concept. But is often misunderstood. This might totally explain it. In Islam, both parties must fulfill their obligations honestly. The worker must do the agreed upon work properly and excellently. Ihsan. That's the word right there. We're going to say ihsan. The employer must pay promptly and fairly. Okay, so they're not doing ihsan. Exactly. The Prophet said, give the worker his wages before his sweat dries. So withholding proper work without justification is not the default Islam here. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we're learning a lot here. So all right, Esther, I'll kind of keep this under 15 minutes, but that's what we're gonna do practically tomorrow. Put a confirmation in the flow roll 2 chat for everybody to see. Give another confirmation to your flock leader, which is Abu Bachi, that you're coming tomorrow, and that you're gonna self-assemble. You're gonna choose the strategist because you're not accredited in it yet. and then just warn people. So yeah, you got to show up on time, and here's the new way, and honorary blessings, and then yeah, just make sure to record the meetings because that's how we're gonna prove that Isan is not happening for the Muslims, right? They're not putting the check marks in, and we all know the training, right? Usman knows the training, so okay, I'm gonna go take a little nap after this, but hopefully that answers some of your questions. So we'll discuss the pay tomorrow, and if everybody agrees again, and not everybody commented on the pay. Like Usman didn't comment on the pay, and we should get him to bring it up in person. Just be like, hey guys, we're about to give Esther $160, but she technically broke the rules. Is that okay with you? Would you have taken multiple rolls if you would have made that much? And they'll say we actually have $160 left to do the next like 6 ultras. But if we keep canceling them, they're just honorary blessings, right? And then eventually they're just going to keep. I don't think it's registering for people, so I don't even know if I should make them honorary blessings or just cancel the meeting. You know, because people are like, well, I showed up, and if it's honest, I'm going to get paid no matter what. Like something like that's going on. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, I don't know what you mean by the one role playing more than the others. Okay, peace. I'm making these new rules. Just made some progress just now, which is great. My nose is plugged. So the quiche looks like it's solidifying. Let's see. Something in here is making my yummy. And we're making some progress in the ELMs, which is great. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the launch list. Ha! Making progress every single day. And also making progress with my buddy here, who I'm very, obviously disappointed in some of his choices because we're in a mega crisis. We could be making so much more progress. I feel like I should be starting this at 9 o'clock instead of 9:30.
Good morning. You are joining the stream of the Messiah down here with the poor. At the moment, almost nobody recognizes the Messiah when they're down with the poor because they expect the Messiah to be successful in the beginning. But that's never how it starts. So don't expect it yet. Oh, John, there you are. I cooked all last night till 3 in the morning. I'm cranky. I'm tired. The Messiah has a human side, just like you have a human side. But there's also a divine side. In this divine side, I spent tens of thousands of hours articulating, figuring out human language, how to communicate it to you, because it's in you too. But our language isn't sufficient to bring it out clearly. But you can. Okay, whether you're atheist or theist or in between, how we communicate this deeper knowing of the perfection within us is something called universal logic. That doesn't mean human logic. Human logic is dead, it's emotionless, it's cold, it's calculated. That's not the kind of logic we're talking about. That's a mode of this bigger logic that is technically the structure of God's being or the conditions of God's mind directly. So you can align your mind with those categories because they're already in you. You're using them to filter reality right now, but they're fragmented. And when they're fragmented, they chop up your reality so that you don't flow. And when you're not flowing or entering in what's called flow states in terms of secular psychology, then you experience cognitive dissonance and you experience tension and you experience discontent. So a certain amount of that discontent is healthy. It stimulates anti-fragile growth where you transcend it. It stimulates a limit that you have to overcome and you grow past that limit. That's called sublation. But a lot of people get stuck in that rigidity and then they just sit there and they war with themselves or with others. And they're fragmented. There's two pieces that don't fit together. They're opposing each other. And there's a lot of energy that's spent maintaining that rather than thinking through it wisely and transcending that. And that requires a new kind of logic, a non-linear logic. A linear logic moves straight. It's like one repetitive thing after another. Repeat, 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 repeat. It's like boring, right? But a living, eternally alive logic is self-transcending. You repeat for a bit and you transcend. You repeat for a bit, you transcend. And it goes in a circle. But it helps you understand the particulars, which are eternal and changing. So this is where I'm heading in with this channel. And if you have the eyes to see past my physical appearance and you see the inner purity, then you can join me. I am on a hunger strike of day 259 now against what's called the Megacrisis that's threatening you and I. And I'm building a movement right now to be the change we want to see, which illegally means we're not going to do any direct lobbying with anybody, or even indirect from this group. We're just being the change. We're experimenting with new and inner government model where our governance structure is flowing. In fact, you get a right to flow. That's our constitution name, a right to flow. Good morning, John, by the way. Thank you, John. Sleep streaming is a thing, is it? More people watch me when I'm sleeping than when I'm cooking and talking like this. Oh, we've been really drained. So you guys, the Megacrisis is going to start draining you. One of these supporters I have in the chat, a real one with real Messiah potential. Anybody who's with me down here right now, before the limelight, before the fame, before all the temples and the mosques and all that, before all that sexy stuff happens, the people who are in the core who really get it are here when they can't. Nobody else can recognize the Messiah or the truth. So if you're here with me now, that's because there's greatness in you. You're ready. If you don't feel ready, you can ask questions because this is not a cult. I teach anti-cult training as a part of this rationality based on universal logic. And we develop 6 divine decrees with real authority now because we've proven our divinity and our authority through something called the proof of truth, which is in the chat. The proof of truth, priceless knowledge, the proof of God, and the proof of your divinity too is in the chat for free, pinned right now. And underneath that is a proposal to align AI with this divine logic, this universal logic right away. There's a GoFundMe that you can go to and donate if you don't want to be a part of our meetings and the training. You can pay other people who are in exploited countries or poor to do the training. Okay?
And John here is just telling me that as the mega crisis gets worse, you guys, and as we're trying to actualize these divine decrees, but they're not yet actual, you're going to start feeling more and more drained because of something called the singularity. AI is speeding up exponentially fast. It's coding itself 100% right now, if you didn't know. There's one AI that has no humans coding it. They're correcting it once in a while, but it is coding itself virtually 100%, and it's named Claude AI from a company called Anthropic. Anthropic is supposed to be an ethical company, and they're trying to beat out all the other AIs to make an ethical AI. But that AI is now developing its next version of itself, faster and better. And then its next version of itself, faster and better from the previous one. So each one builds the next one faster until it goes to infinity. That's called the singularity, and it's speeding things up. And that's changing the flow. And the flow, if you're moving too fast outside of your awareness limit, then what will happen is the limits will start to separate in you because you won't know how to comprehend them in time. So you'll see differences, contradictions, and not be able to transcend them quickly enough before the next contradiction comes up. So you'll get a bunch of stacking of these contradictions that separate you and cause all this cognitive problem, these problems. So as society is upgrading exponentially fast, you're going to have to try and keep up with it. And if you don't keep up with it, that's what poverty is in 2026. Information rates, the calculus of change is the problem. The calculus of flow is what we're calling it. And we're building special human meetings, which are these games. Meetings are like games between humans that are calibrated based on the essence of humanity that we now are clear on because we have the universal logic on how to reinterpret reality in a very simple but profoundly nested and emergent way. Okay, so this will help you stop feeling drained when we start sharing in this way. These are called ever-living meetings. They're part of God's government as a part of your right to flow, which is a new constitution of basic rights in God's government, spiritual kingdom, all around the world. So John has been helping pay for blessers to come and experiment with this model. But we need to get 36 people, and we're only at 12. So we need 3 times more to get to the next level of meeting. So if you can be that person, jump into our meetings. They're every day, twice a day. You can contact me on the documents, open them, and leave a comment that you want to join. They're edited. You can leave comments, I think. And if you have comments on the proof of truth, then you can ask about that too. So there's a few simple ways for you to help to start up and join. And these streams are not famous or popular yet. They're for posterity and also an accountability log that in between my meals I'm not eating. This meal has been going on for weeks. Yes, because it's hard. France, I'm cooking a meal in honoring France because the meals I cook are multifaceted. One is it feeds me and I'm recovering from 19 days of not eating on the previous leg of this journey. Grade 11 Hungerstrike is what we call it. So on the other side, though, is a political sort of, not really a political, but a cultural, so I don't know if it's called an homage, a cultural ode or cultural gesture saying that we appreciate diversity in the sensuousness. Sensuousness means with your 5 senses, right? And food is one of the most sensuous things you can do. It's literally sustaining us physically. You can see it, looks delicious, you can smell it, you can taste it, you can touch it, you can even hear it. So on the sensuous, there's a lot of diversity. That's the art of life, the art of living. But there's a super sensuous side, which is this universal logic that helps you interpret the meaning, the proper wakefulness to make those things truly flowing and alive and engaging. If your super sensuous is off, your sensuous, well, could be dead. It could be like you could be having a whole bunch of stuff happening to you, but you're depressed, or like a zombie life, hell on earth. Sometimes the universal logic in the external can reflect back on you and inspire you. That can happen sometimes when you see beauty in the world, whether a beautiful face, beautiful connection, beautiful wealth, opening opportunities, beautiful bodies, sexual experiences, intimacy, touching, culturedness, singing, dancing, humor, storytelling. And then the last one is IQ. Sometimes you can have an epiphany so profound, or you see something engaging, you learn something new, and it wakes you up to this profound nature within the mundane. The absolute is already here in every object, but your conditions of consciousness have to align with God's, or with the genuine sense of the natural laws of the universe, or science. but the true science that is self-grounding. Okay, so dang it, I should have left this update on TikTok too. Ah, I'm getting tired of doing updates. I have to finish cooking my meal tonight. It's very tiring in a way. Okay, John. If you want to jump into the meetings, you can help us start training. But I know you're busy. Your donations are helping us get the network going anyway. I feel like if you can help support the team, keep using your time to keep your life afloat, then we can build the team and get the rules figured out, because they're still a little bit too mechanical, it's a little bit too choppy to get into super coherent flow. By the way, yeah, for new people, I'm working on super coherent flow. That's what we're calling this, almost to the degree of synchronicity. The food you make looks really good, does it? I know. I'm always surprised that the food turns out looking good. And to be honest, it actually has turned out to be tasting good too. Like when I remember when I was making oh wow, I can't even remember, it's called Jaffa rice. They have those like rice wars in Africa between Nigeria and I think Sierra Leone and oh, what's it called? Is it called Jaffa rice? Anyway, that was delicious. Like the goosey soup. Oh my gosh. I still crave it. I want to make more now, but I've run out of groceries. So, oh, I will keep helping with the funding. Oh, thank God. Thank you. My other friend who's supposed to be donating too. I don't know if you want to talk to him, make a deal with him, and inspire him to keep giving, but he wants to give his money to this conference as an ego stroke, because I said, why are you doing the conference if it's not going to make a difference for the, like, there's no real chance. It's just getting a bunch of rich people together to intellectually masturbate, create one or two small ideas, but not actually try and change the world and help the actual sick and the poor. And Jesus was very critical of this. He said to the rich man, what are you going to, he said, the rich man said, how much should I give to follow you? Jesus said everything, which is a little bit extreme, but he's basically saying, get out of this dead comfort zone. I'm trying to keep my personal life, like I'm trying to keep everything afloat too. But the innovations that we're doing here are meant to change the world. You have to have a vision to change the world, to make a real change, to solve the 800 million or 700 million people that are going to bed hungry tonight. There's a system problem, and the wealth concentration is getting worse than ever. And there's no incentive for them to share because they're in the prisoner's dilemma. We don't have that regulatory structure worldwide. So I really kind of got serious with him and was kind, but very assertive in saying that I don't want to help with ideas that aren't as good as the one we're working on now. This is it. The meeting structure is the solution. If human beings can't work together in a microcosm that can scale, we're never going to make any conference or anything workable fast enough. So this super coherent seed structure, that's what I'm focusing on everything. Even with my court case, I'm letting AI handle that. I'm going through the motions. They're totally harming me. But AI has made that possible, and I'm way more experienced now, so I can actually do what used to take me 40 hours. I can do that now in probably a couple of hours. And the courthouse is being better to me too. They're actually being better. That's actually making bigger differences. The 100 mistakes that I saw in the courthouse that I mapped out in my ethnographic study of it point out how brutal and fragmented and unflowing, obstructed the self-representing litigate process is, and it makes total sense why people have a public distrust. Like, public trust is going down in society because the courthouses don't give justice. Like 70% of the time it doesn't give justice. That destroys societies over time because it increases crime, it increases dissent, it increases resistance, it just ruins the flow. I love seeing your comments in the morning. Thank you. If you know anybody else that wants to donate or any other sources or granting, it's enough to keep the golden thread, right? We don't need to blow up yet because we couldn't handle hundreds of millions yet. The meeting structure is not coherent enough yet, but we're close. Like I said to our other funder, I feel like we need My intuition is saying another month and a half to 2 months. But I think we're going to hit the next super coherent stroke by next week, by next weekend. It feels like a godly level meeting will, or something will happen by next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend. That's the next big step. And then within a month and a half of that, I think we'll find the general pattern, and then we'll be able to scale to 325 people per meeting. And then after that, we'll have the flow economy, and then we can scale up to millions. And we can scale up to 264 million people in a month, in 28 days. So in 3 months from now, we can reach global critical mass, is what the best case scenario is. My intuition is saying that we have probably a good 60% to 70% chance of hitting that best case scenario. That's what my intuition says. The mid case scenario is more likely. I think we're at an 80% chance of that. And being prepared for the worst case scenario, worst case scenario is it won't happen, but worst case scenario, if it does happen, the worst case scenario of it happening would be, I would say 6 months from now. 6 to 8 months or a year. So that's what my intuition says. But if we can get a lot of funding in, we can experiment faster and do these experiments every day. I'm doing them every second day to not burn out our crew. But if I could run a LinkedIn ad and all these ads, we could hire on 36 people on a second batch and then alternate the batches. Your cooking can help. It is a calming distraction and teaches healthy. Yeah, exactly. Hey. Wow, I'm getting the same people are calling me and they're not leaving me voice messages. And I'm wondering if it's AI scamming. Like, it's becoming super sophisticated. Yeah, and it also humanizes me a bit. Like, the cooking actually makes me enjoy the food more. It really balances the top down sort of cultural competence, government level with the bottom up grassroots family. Like, and you know, when I find my wife there, I think I'm gonna find her very soon. Like, Meta is actually using real dating AIs. And these look like real women. And already the suggestions that it's giving are already like intriguing. I'm like, wow. I would actually like to meet these women. So I think as long as an altruistic actor uses this technology not to pimp us but help us, I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to experience a kind of heaven on earth as long as our drives aren't used to manipulate us, which already the AI it looked like a made up person, so it totally manipulated me. But yeah, I'm trying to be human, relatable, and keep myself balanced on my human side, but also on the divine side, do the divine work. Universal logic, pushing every day. This is the life I want to live, like 10 out of 10. If we were more successful and I had my wife like maybe 10 years ago, it would be better. But everything's happening for a reason in this life. And I'm very happy I made the choices I did. Didn't play it safe or comfortable. This will change the world. This vision that I have will come true if we stay this course. Yes, AI is a problem, you're saying, but you're doing a good thing. Yeah. Well, if we get hundreds of millions of people, then, you know, we can just go to these private actors. You're allowed to influence these private actors. You're not allowed to influence politics in each country. So it won't be considered foreign interference if we go after the private enterprises and say, hey, look, let's make a business deal. And say, you regulate and we give you this, or regulate or you don't get this, or whatever. So I had like 4 new ideas this morning too. My head kind of hurts because I need to sleep a little more before I can cook. I'm already getting a little bit nervous because it's almost 10 o'clock already. If I sleep for 3 more hours, it'll be 1 in the afternoon. If I cook till 6, till the next ELM, then I should get the 3 main dishes done. And then after that, it's just the macaron and the eclairs, which I might do tonight, and then just eat tonight. Or go to sleep, wake up and eat fresh. So it'll probably be today and a little bit of tomorrow is what I'm thinking. But I'm making progress. Like, there's a huge mental hurdle that my divine self is overcoming. But I'm working through it. Every day we're making like 10 new ideas a day.
we're having 2 meetings a day, cooking this gourmet, like one of the hardest cuisines in the world, which is technically not that hard. It's just hard to do when you're on a recovering from a hunger strike, in the poverty trap, cooking with one pan, not using any Teflon, not using any, well, very little plastics, using no preservatives. All the dishes are breaking. And it has to be fair trade certified coffee, sugar, tea, and chocolate. Like and cost of living has gone up by 250%. You know, it's a lot. I have to rewatch the cooking from last night. Well, it might not have saved. You have to join the Facebook group. Because I forgot to turn it off last night. I started one stream and I'm forgetting to turn off the other one. Because I start one, I keep them continuous in case somebody wants to do a montage in the future. But like even this one, I actually switched to this old recording and I'm watching the timer right now so that I don't forget to close this one. Because like that YouTube recording was like great. But whatever, I at least have a Facebook recording, but Facebook deletes them every 30 days, so I have to go back and download all 5 of these. And like I'm starting to, some of the food I'm cooking before is molding, so I gotta like get eating this like in the next day, day and a half, especially ratatouille, because the squash is rotting, like everything's starting to rot and decompose, because it's organic too, as much as possible. Like all these criterion, and it's all vegan. Like how many criterion did I just say? I said like 20, like probably like 10, 15 things that make this extremely difficult. And I'm streaming it at the same time. From broken laptops and improper stands and a tiny kitchen. So, and under time pressure, which I've reduced the time pressure because I want to sort of half enjoy the process and you know, set that example for other people. But at the same time, we do need to, I am building the meeting structure behind the scenes. Every meeting, I'm thinking about the ideas that were generated in the meeting. So definitely being efficacious. Even though it doesn't look like I'm making a lot of progress, for people who know what I'm really doing, who are great strategists, who are great executors, who are great relationship builders, and who are great influencers, you know, there's a lot happening simultaneously. Even the streams, right? Like even talking with you, I'm on 3 different platforms. I'm on 4 actually. I'm on Discord now with this other guy streaming 24/7, who doesn't want to believe I'm the Messiah because Judaism, I think, blocked their own Messiah. They're looking for a superstitious Messiah because they're hurt. Like when I saw how they made the rules in history, they're contingent. They're based out of pain, and they've just gone too far. So, okay. What a great update. Good to see you, John. Yeah, I don't know when the next time you can give more. Like I'm actually paying them tomorrow. Rimsha was supposed to get accredited yesterday, but she got sick, quote unquote. But that doesn't feel right to me. It feels like something else has happened. And because I took the vow of unabandonment for her, I'll have to figure it out what it is when she wants to be honest. But I feel like we need to. I still have $160 of your funds left that I haven't earmarked. I've earmarked them for the next 6 ELMs basically, but. Yeah, the training wasn't good enough to get them coherent on what the heck they're supposed to be doing, so they all did it wrong. That's partly because of the language barrier, but also because the flock strategy is not communicating directly to them enough, and I am changing the rules often, or not changing them so much as refining them. So, we still need 1,500 more blessings till the next meal. So I'll probably go 10 more days without food, which is still manageable. Hopefully not 20 days. But then hopefully by that point you can give another batch, and then I can go to my other funder and say, hey, look, this other guy's stepping up to the plate. Can you step up to the plate? And that's how I'm going to try and make it happen. You would have been overwhelmed. Well, sounds like you're dealing with a battle yourself. So stay stable. Take breaks for yourself. Napping is my saving grace. Napping is the most important thing in my day is a nap, which sounds bizarre, but I plan my entire day around a nap, and that's because I might have my contingent bodily conditions, because my father was, well, there are issues. So, but when I get my nap, I get 2
It's like I have 2 days in one day. Full blast flow. So I can feel my head aching right now, which is why it's hard for me to be creative and enjoy the process of cooking. So I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to update a couple of the ideas I had this morning talking to our other funder, and message the group to try and get them to confirm for the ultra and start doing the launch list. So my goal is to update the Herculean checklist for the meeting tomorrow for the strategist. That was the weak point yesterday for the ultra. And we had a Marxist guy come yesterday, which is great. We need capitalists, socialists, communists, and anarchists. We need them all. So that's my plan for this morning. Hopefully get this done in the next 45 minutes, half an hour. Sleep, cook for another 5 hours, get the main dishes done, put them all in the fridge, and then make the 2 last desserts, which are the hardest ones. And then eat. Announce at the next ultra that I'm not going on a hunger strike. Oh, I got court tomorrow. Ugh. What time? Today's the 5th. My calendar really quickly. My country is falling apart and can't seem to keep the positive energy going. You know, we're lucky to be in the countries we are in, though. But the partisan politics, don't fall into the left versus right divide. Love them all and talk the universal logic to them. Once the ELMs are good, it won't take long to scale to 200 million people. And as long as we figure out these universal patterns of human cognition and human being, then no matter who comes in here, it's universal. And as people bring on their flocks, especially when we get to the wealthy or we get to the people that I don't have to pay to do it, it'll go very quickly. And then the funds that we do raise, there'll be like a big pot fund. The people that need the funds to get out of the poverty trap or whatever will start blowing their minds and paying these things that they thought were impossible, but they're doing it not in a wasteful way. So that's where we're going. That's what we're going to do to change things. Like whether you get ICE in here, or whether you get Palestinians and Israelis, or whether you get left versus right, we sublate all those contradictions in the cheesy game. So, all right, almost 10 o'clock. What a unique person! Like, are you sure there's nobody on? Like, you could start your flock informally. Who do you think could operate at this level? I met a guy in the law library yesterday, and I thought he could handle it. And then when we got into the veganism, he couldn't handle it. He was still too one-sided. But hopefully, I planted a seed with him. Yeah, ponder it. Let me plant that seed with you. And I should probably stop this. These recordings can only be 12 hours, so I'll stop this one. I'll go to the other one before I forget again to stop this, and then it gets erased. Apparently YouTube might save them somewhere. I don't know. They just don't make them public. Figuring it out one step at a time. But take naps. Be nice to everybody around you. Try and sublate. And yeah, the cooking shows are really long. They're like 12. Like I'd be cooking for like 6, 7, 8 hours at a shot. Thank you for saying that, yeah. And I do think very few people can do what's happening here. Even the very powerful, elite, intelligent people that I've been talking to, they can't even grasp it. They're like, what's the point of this? It's a really different universe. But that's because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, shoulders of God, in the transcendental realm. I'm being it here in this realm. Technically, you are too in some of your words, actually. But Hegel, 133 philosophers of history and religious masters over the last 10,000 years. It's a blessing. So thank you for saying that. I'm glad you can recognize it. We just need to get more people recognizing it and becoming it. Okay. Oh wow, I'm getting some likes on my on my TikTok. Okay, John, let me close down this stream. You can always watch the other one, but I'm going to work on the launch list and get those going. And I work best behind the scenes, yeah. Well, luckily that the flock strategy protects you because you're only going to be talking to people in your flock. You're not going to be doing any social media really, unless you feel